Mount Juliet will have a public hearing at City Hall on February 13, 2023 at 6:15 to consider the following item on second and final reading. Amend Part B of the Unified Development Code zoning ordinance, Article 2, construction of language and definitions, to 1033, Article 3, use regulations, 3, 1033, 18B, and Article 6, commercial districts regulations, 6, 102A, to include the definitions described and activities listing of the recreational district and seasonal rental units in CRC PUD, Commercial Retail Center, Planned Unit Development Zoning. The public is invited to attend and comment. At this point, this is a public hearing just on this one item that's on second reading. If you're here to address another subject, we will have citizen comments again in the regular commission meeting at 6:30. But if anyone would like to comment on the item that was read, which is the rezone for the recreational use, I'd invite you to come forward and give your name and address for the record at the podium, and we'll get you recognized.
Start off. I'm Steve Hart from 1208 Horseshoe Cove, Mount Juliet.
Right.
Here on behalf of the Horseshoe Cove Homeowners Association, we want to speak in opposition to the ordinance 4996, which would allow the development of recreational districts and allow short-term seasonal rentals within a mile of Old Hickory or Percy Priest Lakes. Horseshoe Cove was developed in the 90s as a residential neighborhood. It's maintained that status since then, and all around us is residential area. If you look at the proposed land use map that's in your packet for Mount Juliet, it shows everything around there to be medium residential zoning. And for that, the only thing that's commercially developed around there is the marina and the convenience store at Nonneville Road and Saundersville Road. We put a lot of money and effort into developing our neighborhood and the surrounding areas that are residential. In fact, just recently, Mount Juliet approved the beginning of a new neighborhood next to us, Eden's Grove, which is a planned unit development that is now going to be backing up to what appears to be a proposed commercial area to have short-term rentals known as Cane Cove at 3150 Nonneville Road. And the one thing I want to point out too, not just the change of quality of life for us, which will decrease for us in our residential living, it's not going to increase the value of our residential property at all. It's going to deteriorate our quality of life. But also the area we're talking about, Nonneville Road and Saundersville Road, both of these roads are extremely narrow, have no shoulders, have no way to get on and off of them safely. And bringing in people who are unfamiliar with the area to short-term rentals on a regular basis is very dangerous, and particularly for the Cane Cove proposed project, which is right in the second big sharp curve on Nonneville Road where there's accidents on a regular basis. And we would ask that you consider not approving this ordinance and maintaining this as a residential area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Order, please. You say your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Joe Kane. I'm the general partner of Kane Family Partnership. My family has owned the property at 3080 Nonneville Road for over 4 generations. And I'm here to speak against the proposed bill. The land use code specifically states that the CRC districts are designed to provide for a wide range of commercial uses concerned with retail trade and consumer services. The ease of automotive access is a requirement. The classification is intended to allow for thoroughfare retail uses. As previously mentioned, Nonneville Road has a 30-foot right-of-way. Saundersville Road dead ends. These two areas are part of this legislation. What is a hotel? By state law, a hotel is for occupancy of transients, including short-term rental units, primitive and recreational campsites, and campgrounds. Who does this bill impact? The area on the map indicates 3 fully developed subdivisions with about 100 homes, and only 8 other properties are currently inside the city limits, all of which are zoned RS. All other property shown on the map is within the growth area. Section 4.05 states that all territory which may be annexed to the city of Mount Juliet shall be zoned RS 40 single family residential district. I ask the question, are we placing the cart before the horse? The process. What is the amendment process? Section 14.107 states that all amendments must be noticed in accordance with section 14-109, which states that all public hearings required by this ordinance shall be preceded by public notice as provided in this section, which includes notice by signage, notice by newspaper, and specifically notice by mail. At least 15 days prior to the public hearing concerning the affected property, all owners of record of adjoining property, my property adjoins one of these properties of specific discussion here, all owners shall be notified. Notification requires to meet this provision shall be accomplished by certified mail, return receipt requested, and shall be maintained for public information. Now, while you are not the Planning Commission, they have made a recommendation to you. I do not know how the Planning Commission makes this positive recommendation, as no minutes for the December 15th meeting are available online. And as an adjoining property owner to the property this zoning is being considered, I received no notice of the meeting. Now, how is the questions that I have is how is this consistent with the general plan of the area, which is medium density residential? How was it determined that there will be no adverse effect upon adjoining property owners when no adjoining property owners were noticed of the meeting? How was it determined that no property owner or small group of property owners will benefit materially from the change to the detriment of the general public when there are currently no zoned CRC within the 1 mile area? And how was it determined that conditions affecting the area have changed to a sufficient extent to warrant an amendment to the zoning map? In conclusion, I ask you to vote no on item 8.1 and to further not consider any ordinance in the future that would make substantive changes to the zoning impacting the urban growth area unless all owners in the impacted area are properly noticed and given an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the clapping is out of order in this. I'll just do this. We've had 2 people speak in opposition to it right now. If you want to do this, if you are in support of what they've said, if you just want to raise your hands, we'll just take a good visual look here at it. All right. Is there anyone else to speak on here for the public hearing? Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Bill Green. I represent the farmland at 3054 Nonaville Road. Before I get started, let me just say that I've got some source documentation here. If anybody wants to see it afterwards, I'll be happy to provide it. The first that many of us heard about this zoning change was when the article came out in the Nashville or in the Mount Juliet Chronicle. This was by Lori Everett, detailing when this commission unanimously approved the first reading of this ordinance. In the article, it says, Commissioner Ray Justice approached city staff with interest in creating a recreational district with seasonal rental units and other uses because of influx of new residents. Old Hickory Lake is in Justice's district in North Mount Juliet. It also quotes Commissioner Justice as saying, quote, I'd like to create a zoning to allow tourism to this town on the lake, end quote. So I think it's safe to say that Mr. Justice is all in for this change to the ordinance. He supports it, he's pushing for it, and it would appear from the Chronicle that he may have even started this whole endeavor. Later in the article, Justice has said that there's no particular project in mind I just want the scope, quote, I just want the scope broadened to take things along the shoreline, end quote. Let's stop here for just a minute. On May 4th, 2022, Mr. Justice came to my family and attempted to purchase an acre on the back side of our property. He stated to my father and sister that he had his realtor's license and that he was representing the Ewings. The property located at 3150 Nonaville Road. Online search shows that Mr. Justice is a agent realtor for Cry Lake out of Hermitage and the surrounding areas. The National Association of Realtors notes the term realtor has come to connote competency, fairness, high integrity resulting from the adherence to lofty ideal of moral conduct in business relations. No inducement of profit and no instruction from clients can ever justify departure from this ideal. The property that Mr. Justice was representing the interest of that day is the property that is actual shoreline on Old Hickory Lake. According to the documents on file with the planning department here, this is the property where the owners want to put a wedding venue, RV park, rental cabins, and the very specific things that Ordinance 4996 is designed to allow. At first, I couldn't understand why they were interested in 1 acre on the backside of our property, as it didn't adjoin the Ewings. While talking with Wilson Utility about an unrelated project, I have learned that the Cayenne Cove development project would need additional road access. If they owned this 1 acre, then they would single-handedly have a stranglehold on the property that lies between the Ewings and us, the original Cayenne Cove. You heard from Joe a few minutes ago. They would then be in a position to heavily negotiate or trade land to get the road access they need for the project. Or another potential might be for them to force the Cayenne driveway, as they would need a right-of-way to this new property. And the easiest and closest option would be their driveway. If this ordinance proposed by Mr. Justice passes, the Ewings will make money off their property by getting the zoning required for their venue. If Mr. Justice is continuing to work with and represent the Ewings, then he will make money for himself as a realtor. He will be making money for the broker, and this all hinges upon getting 4996 passed. If Mr. Justice is to continue to work every angle of this project, then it has the appearance of impropriety, in my opinion. I've talked to the city attorney this evening, and I'm told that while this isn't a violation of 13.1.103, it does say in 13.1.103 that anyone with a responsibility to vote on a measure shall disclose during the meeting in which it takes place and before the vote, so it appears in the minutes. I cannot find the minutes from the previous meeting, nor can I get the video to play to see if any of that was done. Based upon the article in the Chronicle, Mr. Justice did not disclose any dealings with the Ewing at the January 9th meeting, nor did he recuse himself from the vote. October 13, 2020, the Tennessean posted a guide to the candidates, which included quotes from the candidates. Mr. Justice talked about growth, specifically the growth on the north side of the city. In the same article by the Tennessean, and on your personal website, ma'am, you claim to be a citizen advocate, bringing common sense, personal commitment, and accountability with a high standard of ethics. You believe in doing personal research and identifying all sides of every issue before making any decisions. I doubt that you are aware of some of the items that I have mentioned tonight. I feel that your claims are sincere in regards to ethics and accountability. What is happening with Ordinance 4996, I don't believe is ethical. Please vote against it. Mr. Hefner, your site says transparency, accountability, and ethics are a must, and that's a quote. For someone who truly cares for Mount Juliet, look no further. Sir, I believe your words as well, and I'm looking to you to stand up for the community and the citizens by voting against 4996. Mayor, your website says that you want to preserve what makes Mount Juliet great. Well, What makes Mount Juliet great? Would it be great if we were like Nashville and had Airbnbs? How well has that worked there? Not very well from what I've seen and heard. Mount Juliet doesn't want or need to be like Nashville or Murfreesboro or any other town for that matter. I think it's great the way it is. Back to the Chronicle. Mayor was quoted as asking if the rezoning would, quote, do more harm than good. I know that it would. It would harm the communities immediately in the zones, as well as the larger community. The fact that you ask that very question, sir, tells me that you know it would be harmful as well. The way that this is being done, I believe, is unethical, it's immoral, it's just plain wrong. This is often the way of small town government, but it doesn't have to be. You can vote this down, and you should. Mr. Justice needs to explain to the community and disclose all of his personal interest in and related to the ordinance 4996, the Cane Cove development property located at 3150 Nonable Road. And really, all of his real estate dealings in and around Mount Juliet, as I believe that this is a conflict of interest as to the proposed rezoning. If he's still working with him, I don't know that he is. And with such a conflict of interest, Mr. Justice should decide if he wants to be a commissioner for the benefit of the people or a realtor for the benefit of himself, but not both in the same transaction. Personally, I don't believe that this behavior is what Mount Juliet needs in the form of a commissioner. And tonight, Mr. Justice certainly has no business voting on 4996. Thank you for your time, your patience, and commitment to the leadership of Mount Juliet and preserving what makes Mount Juliet great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Is there anyone else? If not, we'll close the public hearing. We'll reconvene for our regular meeting. We'll have citizen comments again in the regular meeting. And at that point, we'll open it up for any topic. Again, this one is just on the change to the zoning ordinance. All right. Well, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Give us just a few minutes and we'll reconvene for our regular meeting. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Today is February 13th. I will declare that we have a quorum present. We have all 5 elected officials here. And with that, I will call the meeting to order for the Mount Juliet Board of Commissioners. And as I said, we have a quorum pursuant to 62210 here. We'll conduct the business of the city of Mount Juliet. With that, our first item on the agenda is to set the agenda for tonight's meeting. If there's no objection from the members, we'll set the agenda as published. If you are here and in the audience and you'd like to follow along, we probably have some agenda packets in the little boxes out there if you'd like to follow along. If you're watching online, it's available on the city's website to get those. So with that, we have a 411-page packet to get through here, 4 items on new business, 4 items on unfinished business and 6 items on the unfinished business. Hearing no objections, we'll set that agenda as published. And with that, I will recognize our PIO, our Public Information Officer, Mr. Justin Beasley, who will lead us in the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. If y'all will stand with me for the prayer and the pledge. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you so much for this day. We thank you for our health. Thank you for our safety just to get us here on this Monday night, Lord. First, want to thank our elected body. I think the last meeting, someone called them on the hot seat, and we certainly appreciate their boldness and courage to serve our great city and make it great as it is. Lord, we also want to thank the citizens that are here. They have many concerns and many cares, and I would argue that they make the city of Mount Juliet what it is today, strong and vibrant and a great place to live. And Lord, we hope that pride never leaves them and the care that they have. Lord, we also want to thank our city management, Kenny and Sheila. Lord, so many department heads and so many people within this city would do any and everything for them, Lord. And it shows because the great city that it is because of them and the work that they put in, not only just 9 to 5, but on the weekends and long nights and long days, Lord. We're certainly appreciative of their service above self. Lord, we just ask you to be with our decisions, Lord, tonight. We have many in front of us. We ask that you give us your guidance and your wisdom beyond our means. Lord, we just also want to thank our first responders within this great city. I think our city manager said at last meeting, when he goes to bed every night, his number one concern is making sure we're safe. And Lord, we can proudly and confidently say that we are safe because of the resources that we've given them and the support that our elected body has given them as well. Lord, we welcome your spirit in this place. Your spirit is always welcome, and we know that in any room where 2 or more are gathered in your name, your spirit is there. And Lord, we feel it tonight. So just be with us in our decisions. And again, we just give you the honor and the praise and the glory and the thanksgiving. It's in your holy and precious name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our last meeting, which was January 23rd.
Motion.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Next item up on the agenda is our citizen comments. This is the portion of the meeting. Unlike the Planning Commission, we do not take citizen comments on each item, but we do take comments at the beginning of the meeting. We do reserve the right to terminate comments if anything becomes abusive to citizens, employees, or fellow board members. The board is under no obligation to respond to questions from the floor. But if you would like to comment up here to us, we will take comments. We'll recognize you for 3 minutes, and that 3 minutes is not me being a bad guy and mean, but it's our city code, which is Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 220, which limits comments to 3 minutes during the regular meeting. If you would like to address the board, now is your opportunity. I'd ask you to come forward to give your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Sally Robertson. I live at 423 Willis Pass, Mount Juliet. And my comment is, I'm just concerned. I've said this like in BPAC meetings, but there's a road. I come out. I live on off of Jackson Trail, Jackson Trail, where it meets up with Old Lavender Road, which I realize is going to be widened and fixed with showed use paths. But right now it's super dangerous. I like fear for my life every time I go out there because there's a hill and a curve. I was just wondering if there could be like a speed bump. I've been told spotlights. Stop signs are probably too expensive or whatever, but maybe a speed hump or a bump on either side just to slow people down. Because like I go across, and I look, and it's like all of a sudden there's a car, and it's like I'm like halfway across on the bike, and even in the car is scary. So that was my comment. I didn't know if it needs to go, I think, to the traffic commission, but maybe if someone could like get that going and maybe get some speed humps, please. So I don't get killed or anyone else gets killed. Yeah, it's super dangerous. My other comment, do I have time? One more quick thing. I was just I went to the Wilson County Library Board about book back story time with the county system. I don't know if this is the right place to say this, but I was just a little frustrated because the board said there was too much liability. They came to our city. I mean, they asked the city, and the city said too much liability, although this whole event, it's a relative event, it's all on the Townsend Greenway Eagle Park, so it's all safe. I just wanted to mention that too, because I think, James, you were asked by the Bobby Franklin, and you said there was too much liability, and then the city commission. So I don't know. No, you didn't say that?
No.
Okay, well, can you maybe communicate that with Bobby Franklin? I don't know. I just, please, I just was, yeah, I was just a little frustrated. Because it's all totally a safe environment. It's all this is reading books, and we ride the Greenway, so it's all within a safe environment. Of course, we encourage helmets. The Parks Department does promote this event on their website. So yeah. Anyway, thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name's Ray Denton. I live at 103 Singing Springs Court, Mount Juliet, and I'd like to publicly put on the record my opposition to the Cane Cove development, and I encourage any other property owner who feel the same way to put it on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, my name is Nathan McDonald, 1037 Singing Springs Road. I don't remember the gentleman's name that just led the prayer, but in that prayer, he stated that you guys fell under the hot seat in the last meeting, and he said, you know, we appreciate you guys for serving. I want to say thank you guys for serving, but as a servant, you are serving and you are representing the people. And when it comes to what just came up with Mr. Justice's proposal here for the amendment change, you've got a whole room full of people here that raised their hand showing unanimous support of not support of it. Like nobody here agrees with it. So if you guys are really representing people, you need to be listening here. Somebody here is representing their own benefit and what they're wanting to gain out of it. And you guys are supposed to be representing this room of people. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Anderson, and I live at 1113 Horseshoe Cove. That's in Horseshoe Cove subdivision. And I adamantly oppose this ordinance 4996. Nonneville Road is extremely crowded, and that curve is very dangerous. And if you go look at it right now, you'll see there has been accidents because it is bent in two directions on both sides. I can't even fathom having more traffic in that dangerous curve. So we adamantly oppose this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Heidi Herzog. I live at 3472 Nonneville. about just under a quarter mile up the hill from the proposal 4996 ordinance. And I am adamantly against this being passed as well. As a bicyclist, as a person who walks, as a person who watches city resources or county resources having to rebuild the curve railings probably 8 or 9 times a year as they get wiped out by people going too fast. My safety, I know a lot of other people walk as well. I'm opposed to it, and I really hope that you listen to the people that you are serving. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, guys and ladies. Joe Payne, 2900 Nonneville Road. I also oppose the amendment change and the rezoning. I live about 4 driveways before that curve. And I will tell you, the amount of people coming down that street at 40, 50 miles an hour that don't belong there, and the ones that do belong there still going at 40 or 50 miles an hour. I can only imagine if there's people that don't know the area. Plus, the amount of litter and garbage that's coming out of cars nowadays is ridiculous. I'm constantly cleaning my ditch line. You get people that don't belong there. As a neighborhood, as a group, where everybody watches out for these, it's usually the younger kids throwing the garbage out. And if we get them, we'll let them know, hey, stop it. You get strangers in there, you never know what's going to happen. Plus, I got kids on that street. And the last thing I want is a stone's throw away people that don't belong in our neighborhood laying their heads. You know, who knows what can come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Brian Drake, 2889 Nonneville Road. I'm Joe's neighbor, and I concur with virtually everything he just said, and I could probably add quite a bit to it. The traffic there, I don't see how even a venue of that size, whether you consider it large or small, any amount of extra traffic on Nonneville Road is no bueno. There's just, we were on vacation last year, and neighbor called me and said there was a wreck, and the truck went around the curve that goes down towards Canes Cove, and it was coming up towards Saundersville. Lost control, and it ended up in my front yard. So, and I had to be responsible for fixing my yard because obviously whoever ended up there didn't fix it. But long story short, I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Bill Myers. I live at 1044 Singing Springs Road in the Horseshoe Cove development. And we moved here 15 years ago. We found that development to be very peaceful. We've raised our kids, loved the elementary school that's connected to it, and found it very peaceful. I stand in opposition to this new proposal. I feel that it is unsafe for the amount of traffic on that road. A couple of years ago, I thought that they were going to straighten out the S curve, but then I realized they were just building new houses along that, the first curve in that road. So I would stand in opposition to it. I just feel that the traffic and the noise would be very unsafe and detrimental.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Eric Jones. I live at 1616 West Wilson Boulevard. I'm here to talk about Ordinance 9.1. I had sent some photos to the Vice Mayor over the weekend, kind of detailing the erosion that has occurred as a result of storm drainage. I know we're going to talk about that a little bit more on the Lebanon Road side of things, but the storm damage is significant, and it's only going to get worse with more that are going to come in. Close second is, as everybody here has kind of talked about, the road's not exactly straight. Needs to be looked at as well, but I would just challenge everybody here to really think about some of the things been gone through and all these meetings past as well. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for what you do.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Stover. I live at 2604 Potomac Court. Professionally, I'm a senior director in the Environmental Solutions Group of an international professional services firm. The reason I say that is I'm opposed to the building on Lebanon Road. Last meeting, there was reference by the supporters of that group of this traffic impact study, which you probably have all seen. As I reviewed it, some things came to light that I'd like to share tonight. On page 8, it says the traffic count data utilized for this study are included in Summary Form A and in Appendix A. If you go to Appendix A, pages A3 to A6, you'll notice the date of the study. It was July 26, 2022. Why is that important? Because July 26 is during the summer. If you compare the data from this study to the one that the city did when they put the light in, which was done in November during school, you'll notice that this study is 17% less traffic on South Green Hill Road. If you compare it to Lebanon Road in the morning, it's 10% less traffic. Now that was 2019. What happened in August of 2020? Green Hill High School when it started taking in students. This impact study does not even come close to telling us the truth of what happens during a school day, which is 10 months out of the year. I'm not doubting the accuracy of the data in it. I'm doubting when it was taken. 1 week. Listen, 1 week before school started. They could have easily waited 1 week and got complete data. They didn't do it. It was also brought up in the last meeting regarding the school capacity. I contacted the school district. The numbers were right. Mount Juliet Elementary, from the data I got today from the school district, is 87% full. Well, there's 13% before you need a new school. Well, the problem is this community has already approved a huge development on the backside of Hickory Hills. You've approved additional housing on South Green Hill already, as well as other locations. So that number is not accurate. You have honestly, I've sat on a rezoning board before. You have got to determine what the capacity is with what has already been approved. This development is being called affordable housing, new starter homes, so forth. Well, who's going into a new starter home? Young families with kids. Take a percentage, whatever you want to do. I didn't do it. I didn't have the time. Take how many kids you want to be put in those homes. They're going to go to Mount Juliet Elementary School, which is already going to be at or over capacity by the time this gets built, which is going to force a new school. Where are you going to put that? The other question I have is you got school buses going in and out of there, at least 2 or 3 school buses twice a day on unprotected roads. We've already been told by city staff.
Sir, you're over your
Okay,
time.
thank you. But I'll just in closing, like to say this. Everything Mr. Jones has said is accurate. The stormwater hasn't even been adequately looked at for that development yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Making some good points.
Good evening.
Yes,
My
sir.
name is Louis Martinez. I live at 105 Singing Springs Court, Mount Juliet, Horseshoe Cove subdivision. And I agree with the other people that have spoken opposition to the bill. What I'm going to focus on is quality of life. When my wife and I moved here from Illinois in 1991, we were careful in looking for the community that had the small town values and environment that we hope to raise our son in. We picked Mount Juliet. Secondly, we were looking for a subdivision where we didn't have to worry about economic development or overbuilding. And we picked Horseshoe Cove because we felt it was far enough away from Lebanon Road and 40 where we didn't have to worry about that. Well, 30 years later, here we are. You know, we have not a small town anymore, and we have the proposed amendment here that wants to develop a place for rental homes and campers or whatever. And I think what really needs to be mentioned is it seems like the economic benefits for a few is going to have a negative effect on hundreds of neighbors. And I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned is noise pollution, because it is going to be loud there with a lot of people that don't live there. It's going to be loud. So it's going to affect, I think, our property values. And I just want to voice my opposition to the development.
Thank you, sir. Got a lot of agreement. Anyone else I think we got a taker here.
Well, obviously, you're well familiar with Horseshoe Cove tonight. I live there also. and I've been there since the very beginning. And I have been told, and I don't call names, that people don't, that some of you guys may not care what we think. Well, I think you heard enough tonight to know what needs to be done.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. Rob Andres, 3415 Nonneville Road, and I also am here in opposition of the amendment as well. I've lived up on what they used to call Pig Hill for 25 years. The old timers called that part of Nonneville Road Pig Hill. It used to be its own little village, no longer. But I don't see what the benefit is going to be for us. I know there's a lot of benefit to it, to the community of Mount Juliet. But the only benefit I can see for us is more people, more traffic, more trash, and more crime. There used to be a little old gentleman where the convenience store is on Saundersville and Nonneville Road. Used to be a little old guy that used to sit there under the shade of the grove and sell his jams and jellies and honey. I just don't want to see any more of it, because we moved there because of the area, and we loved it, and we want to continue loving it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to address the board?
Yeah, changing the subject back to the Green Hill development, Lebanon Road.
Can you get your name and address?
Paul Workman at 3011 Melbourne Court East in Mount Juliet, Willoughby Station.
Thank you, sir.
Down the road from the proposed development. And a couple of just details I wanted to bring up is I did some ongoing research into the project developers and so on and so forth, and online information. I did dispense that and pass it around to some of the commissioners. And I just, I'm not going to bring it up myself personally here tonight, but I want to hopefully that in the discussion that is, I think, going to happen tonight to some degree, that there'll be some addressing of that in what their history and background might be in some of the areas in which they've developed. I was, and this is a personal opinion, I was, when I learned that the companies are out of Arlington, Texas, obviously companies are able to do in business in any part of the country in which they can legally meet the requirements, and that's okay. But I would like to see if in fact there's any conflict or any issues that are not quite resolved. I think it's okay to then take a situation and defer it to meet other requirements as well, such as some local development, some other companies that might be involved in this. It made me think of the posters that I see all over town about buy Wilson County first. And I think to utilize Wilson County and the state of Tennessee first in areas that are under critical development with issues that need to be fully clarified and accountability once completed, I think local is a better way to go, but that obviously cannot be required, but I think it's a good way to go. The last thing is that I think that the move again from 40 single unit homes to somewhere between, I think 120 at first, maybe 99, maybe 100 now or so, based upon the financial profitability required to put up such a project, in my opinion, is irrelevant. The zoning was for 40 single home structures. If the developer and the builder cannot make their financial goals without changing it, then it does not have to be approved. I can guarantee you somebody will build 40 individual homes in that area and cut a profit. We don't have to let the developers and the builders determine variations. The board and citizens should determine variations other than small details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to address the board?
Hello, my name is Deanne Irwin and my husband Brian Overbeck, and I promise we're married. I just didn't change my name. And we live at 1213 Horseshoe Cove. And obviously we're in opposition, but I felt the need to speak because talking about the benefit maybe to the community of Mount Juliet and the loss to us, I'm not sure I buy necessarily a big total benefit to the community of Mount Juliet, because there is a beautiful character to Mount Juliet that is different, as was mentioned by someone earlier, than a lot of building up of hotels and things like that. And quickly, I would, because I know y'all have heard from us quite a bit, but the road, we refer to those curves as the death curves, because we have two children who are learning to drive or right past that. And I was leaving one day with my daughter and honestly stopped with my younger daughter in the back. And I said, we're going to wait because that car is going to wreck. And I let it slide across and into the barrier on the curve that precedes the other one. So it's not just the curve where we're talking about someone going in. The road itself is an adventure. So, the person didn't get hurt, but it slid right on across in front of us. And I said, yep, when you get to drive, take these very, very slowly. And for someone who won't know about it, that's taking up resources for this community with responding to rebuilding stuff, dealing with accidents, and potentially someone getting really hurt. Thank you, sir and ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tom Martin, 2970 Melbourne Terrace in Willoughby Station. Speaking on 9.1 and 9.2, want to echo everything that's been shared so far in relation to that by the other citizens. I've got 7 more years worth of kids in Mount Juliet Elementary myself, God willing, and I want to specifically touch on that point that it's already a fantastic school as is. We are already facing additional heads that will be going there in the coming years, and I don't believe that this project has really accounted for that. The other thing that hasn't been touched on yet, I'm sure has been in the past, but there was a resolution passed last month, basically making South Green Hill Road the chosen corridor for the north-south connector that's going to be coming down the pike. I don't believe that has been taken into account in any of the traffic studies either. So that, combined with everything mentioned before, inclines me to state that I believe that should be turned down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners? All right, seeing no one else, we'll close. Oh, I've got one more taker.
My name is Jay Swindle. I'm at 503 Hillwood Drive, right around the corner from many of my neighbors here. I'm here in opposition to the change in 3150 Nonneville Road. I agree with everything that has been stated here tonight, and it cannot be overstated. You can't hear it enough. Nonneville Road through that area it's a pig path that they decided to pave. It's slick as snot if there's a heavy dew, much less a rain. We have enough problems with people coming in, moving new into the area and getting used to that road. New drivers getting used to that road, and we don't need an influx of 200 new people every week learning that road the hard way. That endangers the community, it endangers the residents, and endangers the children. I have a child in Mount Juliet school systems. We don't need a business, a hotel, a resort, whatever it's chosen to be called. Anytime you have that many rooms for rent over the weekend, Monday through Friday, whatever, you're going to get an influx of transient people. Who they are, we don't know, because we know our neighbors. We watch out for each other. Back there, there's two ways in. You can come in through Hermitage or you can come in through Mount Juliet, but there's two ways in. It's only two ways. So they will have to navigate that road. Not to mention, these are permanent residents. Everyone that I live with own our property. We have a vested interest in our property, our safety, our children. It takes away part of that sanctuary that we call home to put a hotel in the middle of it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Stephen Heckendorf, 393 Page Drive, Mount Juliet. I think actually one of the things is with everybody being here and another back-to-back full rooms, I'm wondering if can we move to a larger location? Because 88 people is only 0.2 of 1% of the population in Mount Juliet. So I'm just wondering if we can maybe get a bigger location, more people can be involved. Because I'm thinking like first timers who walk in the room and they can't get a seat. So I'm just thinking that's kind of my comment of the day. So thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Beckman. I live at 3008 Nonneville Road. I just want to go on record as being opposed to it, and again, in total agreement with everything that's being said. But on a last note, anybody that's going to have input in voting this in or voting it out, please ask yourself, do you want an Airbnb or commercial development in your neighborhood, in your backyard? If you can honestly answer that, then vote however you feel you need to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Make another comment. I forgot about one.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Sorry, can't. Excuse me, sir. Sir. We'll keep this. All right, you do have a comment, sir.
I do, thank you. My name is Joe Wheeler. I live at 1036 Singing Springs Road. And I think some people here will realize that in the beginning, I was the first house on the right. I was the only house on the right. The woods were to one side of my house and the woods were to the other and all the way around. So I've been there since the beginning. I did not buy a house. I bought a lot and built a house. I agree with the comments that have been made here. And I want you to know that I support this bill not going any further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I got one more. If you want to speak, it's okay to make just get behind them, make a line here, and we'll move it. What's your name and address, sir?
Bill Green, 3054 Nonneville Road.
Yes, sir.
I think you know how I feel about this. But several people brought up the issue of the traffic. Being someone that grew up there, that has sledded down the hill, and we're there long before Horseshoe Cove was. But when you're pulling out of Horseshoe Cove, at least there you can look up, you can look to the right and look up the hill. You can look down the hill, see if anybody's coming. Where this entrance is going to be, at the bottom of the hill, right at the curve, when you look, you can look, and see part of the way, but you can't see over the ridge. And so it's a safety issue. Not so much, I mean, it's going to be a safety issue for the people who don't know the road, but especially they don't know the traffic that's coming down that hill. And physics is going to be a problem when the wrong person pulls out in an RV with a car coming down that hill. Before the guardrail was put in, I can't tell you how many cars I pulled out of that ditch with my tractor. Okay. Now the guardrail went in and it saved some lives and it has made a difference. But I can tell you that just about every weekend I was pulling somebody out of that ditch. And like somebody said, if it snows, if it gets wet, it's a problem. Even when it was gravel, at least it had a grade to it and you could kind of keep a little bit of a drift going. But but now that, it's just as flat as can be. So, yeah, so vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else? If there's no one else, we're going to close citizen comments and move on with our agenda. I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm going to close this, move on to commissioner reports and comments. With that, I'll start with Commissioner Hefner. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. I'll be brief. Just a few things I want to mention. Looking forward to Triple Crown's HOA meeting that's coming up this Saturday. So looking forward to presenting. Mr. Barlow is going to be joining me for that meeting. We're going to provide some updates on some roadway projects. So looking forward to meeting with all my constituents there. Spring is coming. Please stay weather aware. We get these drastic changes in our temperatures, which are unfortunately ingredients for bad things to happen from a weather standpoint. So please be weather aware as we enter into the spring season. Had a great time at the Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the Chamber and all those that attended. It was a great event. We were there last Saturday, I believe. I had a lot of people show up for that, so it was good to attend that. And finally, happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. So I want to wish my wife, which I'll do when I get home tonight and tomorrow, a happy Valentine's Day. Love you. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Commissioner Mullally, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I just really want to appreciate everyone coming out tonight and voicing your, giving your input. I spoke at a Scouts event at Rutland Elementary on the 6th, and it was just a lot of fun. It was Weeblo's Pack number 753 with Scott Daly being the den leader. They had an activity called Building a Better World. And so I was asked to come speak. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I decided to do build an interactive city. And so I involved the kids, and I had printouts, and somebody was the police department and the fire department and city manager and all that. And it was really kind of fun. I really enjoyed it. And I think the kids did too. So I appreciate Mr. Daly for inviting me to come speak at their event. Let's see. Yeah. Congratulations to the Mount Juliet Chamber on 60 years of success. And I did go to that, and that was a lot of fun. Great food, great time. And they gave out a whole lot of awards, and just congratulations to all those who won the awards. And again, happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. The scooters on North Mount Juliet Road is having their ribbon cutting this Thursday at 11:30 a.m. if anybody would like to come to that. And that's all I had.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll recognize Commissioner Justice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, would like to congratulate Rocky Lee with our Parks Department. One of the best father-daughter dances I believe I've ever attended. We had a lot of the city folks that were there. Matter of fact, I think if we can look at the screen up here, we'll see some of that. We see some pictures. There's Miss Aaron at the Parks Department. Adam, one of our firefighters there, and his beautiful daughter. You'll see some of those. We were so blessed, and such a wonderful crowd that was there. It was sold out, I think Rocky said, within 5 minutes after actually having it. But then we had one special event that took place during the course. Our Public Works Director, Andy Barlow, was there, and he graced us with, if you would, I don't know if I can explain it. I'm just going to let you see it on the screen. That's me and my daughters. There you go. Go ahead and play that one, please. That's Andy Barlow, our Public Works Director, doing the robot, y'all. Did an awesome job, too, and he was really into it. So we want to thank Rocky Lee for having that, putting that all together, and it was an amazing, good time. That's the kind of stuff that Mount Juliet is proud of in our Parks Department. I will, most of you, I've had several people ask about an update. My granddaughter is 4 pounds and 10 ounces now, and we're hoping she'll be coming home from the hospital here in the next week and a half, 2 weeks. So I'm very, very proud. Every time I see her, I just kind of act like an idiot, but that's what grandfathers do, I guess. The chamber would like to congratulate Sherry Arnold with Third Coast Salt. I think was the 2022 best small business in Mount Juliet. I think was what the wasn't that what it was? And Third Coast Salt down here in my district on Sunset Drive. So congratulations, Sherry and Third Coast Salt and her staff. They were some amazing people. A couple of comments. Some of you have been around here for a while. Remember that I spent a lot of years in a patrol car. And yeah, I worked the wrecks, by the way, over here on Novel Road at that curve. Worked numerous wrecks at that location. People that have been here for many, many years. I was a DUI officer, by the way. And so it was my honor actually to serve the Wilson County Sheriff's Department in that capacity and taking several people to jail that have wrecked at that location. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of time that was spent tonight up here talking about a project that has not even been submitted to the city yet. I don't know if y'all realize that. You're talking about RVs and the other stuff that has not even been submitted to the city yet. They came to me and asked about this after the fact. One gentleman referred to me talking to a gentleman about getting an acre of land. The initial piece that they were talking about, and by the way, I am a licensed realtor in the state of Tennessee. Being on the city commission does not mean I cannot do my job in the city of Mount Juliet. I'm sorry. I have a family to take care of. The initial piece that I was talking about, though, was for a single family at that location. Had nothing to do with a Airbnb place at all at that time. That came after the fact. When it came to me, yes, I don't have a problem in the world with turning the area around the lake into an area that tourists want to come go boating, do their thing. I have no problem with that. I've enjoyed it for 60 years, actually. I've lived there my entire life. But it is going to take some changes in the ordinance to allow that to happen. The ordinance that is on there has nothing to do with the project that y'all all spoke about tonight. What we're looking at right now, more than anything else, is to go down Bender's Ferry Road, and the ordinance would actually reduce the density along the lake area to stop 4,500, 5,000 square foot lots. It would reduce that and turn it into 1 acre lots. That's what it's all about. There's some commercial aspects that are lake related, but in nowhere in the ordinance we're talking about would it allow for boats to be loaded into the water or taken out of the water. Again, more description needs to be, and there has to be more information. But for somebody to stand up there and start making slanderous comments about me personally, by the way, without any fact or any basis in fact, and without contacting me to find out what the true story was before he ran his mouth off, to me is insulting. It's offensive. Yeah, I got elected, but I didn't get elected to become anybody's political punching bag. If somebody wants to laugh about that, or if they want to have a conversation about it, I'm more than happy to have that conversation anytime. I have a family that I've raised here. I was raised here. And it means more to me to have the integrity. And that integrity, by the way, means checking your facts before you run your mouth. Come visit with me. Let's have that conversation. I'll explain it. But I will tell you, our ethics officer here, Mr. Gino Marchetti, he's our lead counsel here. If I've ever had to vote on any project that had to do with the city of Mount Juliet, I have gotten up from this table. I think anybody here will tell you they knew about it in advance, and I would walk away from this table. I would not have any vote. I would not even have a conversation about it. And it's well documented, by the way. Again, thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. Some of you folks that are out there tonight, you're talking about this, and I'm good at, I really have no one way or the other. I haven't even seen the project to say it's a good or a bad project. There's not going to be any vote on it tonight. Those of you that are friends that came in here tonight, want to speak against it, you're still my friends when you walk out of here. This is not personal. I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Recognize our Vice Mayor Trivett.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, thank you to the families that all came out here tonight. This board does care. I think we've talked about that many times about, the investment, the time that we put into this as we sit up here. For me personally, I think it's a 40-hour plus job. It's something fun, that I do take serious. I enjoy what I do every day. I enjoy all the residents reaching out to me, whether if it's positive or negative. I don't care if you're in my district or not. I always tell everybody, hey, call me. Let me hear what's going on. And tonight, I appreciate all the folks that raised their hand up and kind of hold that applause there. I know it's kind of hard to get through that. But we are listening, and we are going to be asking questions. And obviously, we appreciate you guys being out here. The Wilson County team, the dance team, congratulations to them folks again. Whether or not, like they placed first or last was just the fact that they had an opportunity to present this great city. So got a chance to meet a couple of the ladies and also the coach tonight. Just really what a great team there. Actually, this is my first year. I did not make it to the daddy-daughter dance. So I actually get my tickets up because it was sold out, and my daughters are 15 and 18, and they wanted to get and give up the seats to some other little girls. So it was a little hard for me this year not to be there, but you know what? Hopefully we can be able to do 2 daddy-daughter dances, and I can be able to talk them into at least one of them showing up with dad here. So looking forward to that. I would like to reiterate with the Chamber of Commerce, just what Commissioner Hefner talked about. First time I've ever been there. Just want to thank all the the citizens, the businesses, for the folks that did make it out there. First time I ever made it there, and especially with me being new in this position. And those are the folks that help build to where we are today. To have some of the best police force, have the ambulance, the fire, this beautiful building here. Yes, we are always thinking about better ways to make it more comfortable for everybody to be able to make it in here, because we hate folks to be sitting, on the floor or even out in the hallway there, but we appreciate everybody coming. There was a comment tonight that talked about the capacity of 87% from at Juliet Elementary School. And, my wife, she's actually a part-time, I guess basically a substitute teacher, best way to put it. And she talks about, how fortunate we are with our schools and our teachers. They're short-staffed, overworked. And when they throw out these numbers of 87%, that's max capacity. That's 30 kids to a class. Now, I came from, Cincinnati, Ohio over 10 years ago, and our school district had over 22,000 kids in our school district. Today here in Wilson County, we got over 21,000 kids in our school district today. So I'm a big advocate for our schools and our students. For most of you that know me, I really passionate about 2 things: is first responders and our students. The rest of it is going to come and go, whether and we like it or not. But where I came from, with the students being max capacity, 30 kids to a class, and that was norm. And that's not something I want to see here either. Our teachers are already maxed out. Actually, our mayor's wife, she's also a teacher. So, I feel, some of the pressures that these teachers are going through. They're short staffed just like every other industry out there. And we really want the best for our citizens and our students. So I ask all of you that, that keep coming out, continue to voice your concerns, direction. We're all listening up here. I take more notes up here than I probably do all week from the residents that do call me. And I take a lot of notes from the residents that do call. So I appreciate everybody that does that for us. The last thing I do want to mention here, obviously, as there's been a lot of homeowners that, that have been in this subdivision that they've been talking about tonight for many years. One thing that I had to realize is that these big lots, you know, if you do a Google Earth search just on Mount Juliet, there's a lot of green space. Beautiful. Okay. There's 41,000 plus residents that we have here within the city. And it's concerning because, again, absolutely, there's a lot of wooded area, a lot of open lots. And we know eventually those landowners, they have the right. They have the right to do what they want on their land to a certain point, right? You know, they want to sell it, you know, like they have that ability to. So I just want to put that in the back of everybody's mind because it was painful for me, you know, also to be thinking about that. You know, with the residents, actually there was one or two residents that brought up about a development that's behind Hickory Hills and Willoughby Station. That's my district and also part of my community. And that was actually within the county. And I sat down with those developers many times to see what we could do to get them actually annexed into the city because we want them to be able to have the same, you know, the same first responders. And it's just, it's something that we couldn't control. It was before my time, and it's just the developers don't want to do it. So, you know, there's certain things that we can, you know, help, you know, either control, mitigate, or some things we can up here. And I just encourage everyone to take that time and simply get with us, ask questions, because sometimes it's out of our hands, but, you know, sometimes we can at least be able to sit down with these developers and come up with a better plan. So I appreciate everybody. And Mayor, that concludes my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I will add, I was not at the father-daughter dance. You can assume I was just very gracious and wanted my tickets to go somewhere else, but that's only half true. Fortunately, we spent several years having dance competition conflicts. Seemed like they always conflicted with the dance. And now we've gotten to the point to where my children are 16 and 18, and they're just not as willing to go to a dance with dad anymore. And it's kind of sad. And it, of course, everybody tells you when you have children that they'll be grown and in no time at all. And when you're changing diapers, that sure doesn't seem like the truth. But the minute they hit kindergarten, it becomes the truth. But I will say, I don't know that I regret not going as much as I did after seeing that video footage out there that's going to live on forever. So maybe somebody was looking out for me in the end. I heard a comment about here for room size. I'd love to find a better room that could fit in here. And we do have some things maybe in the plans for the future to move some things around, but nothing in the immediate thing. And there's also a question to me about the library board. I've not spoken with the library board about any issues. I think the comment in question was actually offered by their attorney and not from me. So I'll just leave that one where it is. The other one is I got to attend a basketball game Friday, which I think was the final game, or supposed to be the final game. I think either one or both the schools have a makeup game left for Mount Juliet High School and Green Hill, both the boys and the girls. And I tell you, they've had a wonderful season. I love getting out and being able to attend all the sports that we can here in the community. They work so hard, and it's always a blessing to get out and see them in action and working. And of course, we got to recognize the group here tonight. So a lot of work, a lot of investment on their time goes into that. So it's always nice to see them get out, and all the sports teams that we have and the athletic events that they have, get out and support them in any opportunity we can. And the last thing I'll leave you with is this Wednesday, I'll be delivering the State of the City address. That will be live streamed, I believe, because I believe the event is already sold out. So that's going to be this Wednesday. And I just hope everybody can tune in. We got a lot of good things to say about the city, and a lot of things that have been in the works over this past year that, we're really proud of. So with that, I'll conclude my comments and recognize our city manager.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and everybody in attendance tonight, and those watching at home. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight and participating in our local government. I'd like to wish everybody a happy Valentine's as well, in particular my wife, my daughter-in-law, and my 4 grandbabies, and my dad a happy birthday. But most importantly, I want to encourage everybody to continue as we go into the summer to err on the side of caution. And as a former police chief myself, I can tell you that I see far too often where we're having cars burglarized and leaving guns inside the car. And those guns, of course, get stolen and they're utilized in crimes and things of that nature. So just encourage everybody to keep your cars locked, keep valuables take those inside at night, laptops, things of that nature. Unfortunately, you've got folks that they love the warmer weather too. I've written many articles over the years talking about how criminals don't really like working. They just like working to get your things for free. And so please just be extra safe there. And in particular for the ladies, when you're traveling, if you're traveling, I always encourage you to have your car doors locked, especially at intersections, red lights, things of that nature. But most important, I want to also ask our citizens to continue to shop locally, especially with your mom and pop businesses. We say that every time because we can't express enough that those people are just like the people in the room tonight. They've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into local businesses, hoping you'll come shop and participate and patronize their businesses. So thank you so much and appreciate everybody. And I hope everybody has a very blessed night and week. That concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to the business portion of the agenda, which is the unfinished business consent agenda. If there's no objection, I'd like to read 8.1 and 8.2 separately.
You said 8.1 and 8.2?
Correct. All right, hearing no objection, then I will read 8.1 for the record. An ordinance amending Part B of the Unified Development Code of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, known as the Zoning Regulations, Ordinance 2001-29, adopted October 8, 2001, as amended by amending Article 2, Construction of Language and Definitions to 103.3, Article 3, Use Regulations, 103.3.118, Part B, Article 6, Commercial District Regulations 6, 102A to include definitions, descriptions, and activities, listing of recreational districts and seasonal rental in CRC PUD, Commercial Retail Center, Plan Unit Development Zoning. Is there a motion? All right, is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. 8.1 is on the table. I have a motion from the Commissioner Justice to defer. Would you like to clarify the length?
Yes, obviously this ordinance either hasn't been read or if it was read, it was not understood. And so until we can get this down to where it's clear what we're trying to achieve with the ordinance, I don't think it's something we need to be voting on. So, I mean, I think there must be, I know Ms. Hamblin, she was here earlier. She and I had some conversations about it, and even things that I was saying and things that she was saying weren't together. And so, I mean, if she's not clear and I'm not clear on the way it should read, I don't think this is something our commission needs to be voting on at this time. So I'd like to defer it until we can get it cleared and bring it back to the commission.
Is that like an indefinite deferral to be brought back by sponsorship?
Well, I don't know how long it's going to take us to put it on paper. So
I'll say 3 months.
I just say at this point, just until we can get it clarified. I mean, if that's a month, then I'm good with that. If that's 3 months, I'm good with that. I don't care. But I'm not sure exactly what she and I were having this conversation today, and she said that our current ordinance allows for some of the things already, but I didn't get exactly what those were. So, and you'd also asked for more clarification, if I'm not mistaken, on the zone around the lake as to where it would apply. Mm-hmm. And so with the Corps of Engineers, they've got their own definitions versus our definitions. I want to make sure we're clear on that as well.
Okay.
So you throw a date out there, I'm fine with it.
2 years. So you're making a motion to defer. If I pick a date, I'll say 2 meetings.
Okay, we'll do 2 meetings.
All right. Is there a second on that? Have a second. So we're on the advisement of deferral on this ordinance 8.1. Any discussions on the advisement of this deferral? Vice Mayor?
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of people here tonight. I don't know if they're going to be able to be here in 2 weeks. Yes, I would like to be able to hear some more discussion about it, but personally, I mean, I'd like to vote on this tonight. Personally, I'd like to get it out of the way. So that's just my opinion, but that's my discussion.
I think we started a trend with the hand raising. So your stated position is your opposition to deferral. Anyone else like to speak in support or any other comments on
His motion?
Commissioner Mullally?
No amendment, just stated a comment.
Okay. Well, I think,
All right. So you were saying you tend to agree, tend to not deferring. Any other questions, comments? We're ready to vote. All in favor of deferral for 2 meetings, please signify by saying aye. 1 and 2. All right. Any those opposed? So it will not be deferred at this point. So it's back on the agenda as presented. Any questions or comments on 8.1? Commissioner Justice?
Without the clarification needed and without the opportunity for that clarification, I can't vote on it either. I can't vote for it either. That's the whole idea. So, I mean, I think it's a little ridiculous not to give an opportunity for clarification by our planning staff.
so this would be second reading of what was passed at first reading, right? So if you had something different, couldn't you bring something different at a later time?
I could. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if it passes tonight, it will become law. Since this is second reading, if it fails tonight, then the process starts over.
Right.
Essentially, unless I'm missing something.
And if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'm not comfortable with what we've got on here right now becoming law. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I can't even vote for it because it's ambiguous. It's not clear. And that's the reason I was looking for time to just clear it up and get put something in.
Well, I mean, if it's
Commissioner?
not clear, I don't even know why it's on here.
Well, we were asked to clear it up, and that was what we put in there for.
I'm sorry, Commissioners. I'm not laughing at you. I just I think we have created a trend here with the hand raise.
Well, I say we vote what's on what passed at first reading, because I've not been aware of anything that's changed between first reading and tonight.
There were questions that the mayor asked, and those questions have not been answered. There were questions that I have asked to clarify within the contents of the ordinance, and those haven't been answered. So again, I mean, I can't even vote for it as it stands right now because the questions have not been answered to our satisfaction. And Mr. Mullally, Mayor, I would add that, on numerous occasions we pass things on the first reading, and then we get clarifications on those things by the second reading. And if that clarification is not what we need, then we don't pass it or we defer it, one or the other. That's what's happened here.
Well, I'm for going ahead and voting on it.
Okay. Well, I'll make some comments on this. I did express some concerns on first reading on this about the benefits, pros and cons on this. I was happy to pass it on first reading. When we get another opportunity here at second reading on that, ask some questions about it. From what I've studied, it's kind of, there's pros and cons to it either way. And I mean, we know all that going into it. There's questions about infrastructure. There's questions about the value, what it returns to the community, this, that, and the other. We knew all that going into it. There were a lot of comments tonight made about a particular parcel or 1 or 2 parcels on there. And I do want to be clear. What's on the table in front of us does not impact one parcel. The thing that this changes the zoning. And with a zoning change, it could impact numerous parcels out there. So that's my concern with this, is not so much about this spot or this piece of land or this one over here. This encompasses a lot. This could open up numerous things on here, and government has traditionally had a lot of issues being able to spot the unforeseen consequences of its own actions sometimes. So I'm prepared to vote this down tonight, not in the sense that I don't think it can be fixed or all these other questions out here. I would just write the process to start back over on this with whatever is fixed to come back so that everybody in the room gets the opportunity if they have concerns or want to add something to it on 2 readings instead of having it come back just on second reading one time. And to me, I think that's more fair. And I do agree, a lot of times we have taken things and set them aside, passed them on first reading, deferred them, got some answers on them. But in this case, there's a lot at stake here on this one because it is a change to the zoning itself. It's not about parcel A, parcel B, or what we're doing with this one spot of land. It's what it does from a whole. This changes the whole trajectory on what happens, what's planning, zoning for that area up there at the lake. So I think for me, it's got to be a no tonight. Just simply, not that it's a no forever on what's being proposed. It's just, I want everybody to get at least 2 readings on this and have opportunities to speak to it when something does come back. And that's my 2 cents on it.
If I may.
Commissioner Justice, yes.
I would tell you that one of the things I had done when I went through and found that there were the ordinance, I think I went through 7 cities that had lakes in that proximity. And what I had done is called 3 of those cities to get information, what they had to deal with, how they fixed the problems, what their problems were, so that we had something that to look at further down the road to figure it all out. I did not get an answer from 2 of those cities. I'm looking for more information as well. And that was the reason I was asking for the deferral to begin with. But without having that information, I'm not prepared to vote on this. I will also say that a lot of this has to do with not Nonneville Road, not Horseshoe Cove. Honestly, has a lot to do with the Bender's Ferry Road area over there. We've got residential parcels that are going out Bender's Ferry right now. And those residential parcels are running sewer. They're paying for the sewer to go out to those locations. We've asked for RS40 zoning rather than the RS20 zoning so that we can lower the density to go out through that location. But there are some large tracts of land out there, and I actually had a guy call the other day about wanting to put a golf course out Bender's Ferry Road. This ordinance would actually allow that to happen. Our existing ordinance would also. This clears it up and cleans it up. So that's what I was looking at. It's what I'm trying to accomplish. And I'll be bringing this back in another form. But you people out there need to know this has nothing to do with one parcel of property. Okay. So again, I'll be more than happy. I'll be voting against this tonight, and I will be bringing something up. It'll be a little more, hopefully clear that you guys can look at and not have the crap scared out of you. Mayor.
Thank you. Got Commissioner Mullally, and then we'll get Commissioner Hefner.
A lot of times we pass things at first reading, and a lot can happen between first and second reading. So just because something passes at first reading doesn't mean it's going to pass at second reading, which is where we are tonight. So since first reading, I asked our map guy to make a map of where this would affect, and I had it prepared to go on the screen tonight. But since I heard this was going to get deferred, I didn't bother. I wish I had now. But once you see this in map form, and I know you can't see it, but it's a massive amount of land where this would be affected. And I just can't, there's no way. So, yeah, I can't support this.
Right. Commissioner
Hefner. Thanks, Mayor. And the reason for the second on the deferral is I do have many questions, unanswered questions. So I was hoping to get some clarification around much of those by way of the deferral. So it doesn't sound like we're going to get that. But regardless, this is a sweeping zoning regulation change that I too think is a little bit much to approve. If at all possible, if this is something the sponsor, Commissioner Justice, could consider, we can do this maybe on a PUD level. I don't know if that's a Geno question. Maybe it's more suited at a specific PUD project level versus doing a sweeping zoning change. That might be a better approach to this. So, but as it stands now, there's too many too many questions that are unanswered. I like everyone else I think you've heard from on this board, I can't support it. So.
And I think to simplify it, it adds it to the CRC zoning so it can be considered through a PUD. If that helps. Anyone else comments before we vote? All right. All in favor of 8-1 as read, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right. Any abstentions? Then 8-1 does not carry. That goes down by a vote of 0-5 on 8-1. All right. Next item on the agenda is an ordinance establishing the billing rates for transportation services provided by the fire EMS departments.
You might want to stick around. We're going to increase your sewer rates.
All right, I'm going to make a motion on 8-2 because I think it's important. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah. Second.
Sorry. We all got the version.
All right, any questions or comments on item number 8-2? All in favor of the ordinance for establishing the billing rates and transfer transportation provided by the EMS department, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. I didn't see any opposition, so I believe that was unanimous. Yes. All right, and if you don't have a seat now, they have some have freed up for you. I'd invite you to take a seat. They've been pre-warmed for you. And I had 8-2 recorded as a unanimous vote on that. Now we'll move to our unfinished business. Is there any objection to hearing 9-1 and 9-2 together? That's the actual rezone and the rezone PUD and the land use.
You said 9-1 and 9-2?
Correct.
No objection.
All right, hearing no objections, I'll read 9-1 and 9-2 together. 9-1, an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as the Villages of South Green Hill, formerly 13506 Lebanon Road, map 53, parcel 152, from thoroughfare commercial to mixed use. That's for the land use. 9-2, an ordinance to adopt the preliminary master development plan and rezone approximately 23.12 acres of property located at 13506 Lebanon Road, known as the Villages of Green Hill, map 53, parcel 152, from RS40 to CMU PUD. 2 items are read. Is there a motion?
Motion.
A motion, a second. I have Commissioner Mullally as a second.
Can we clarify that on that first one?
Yeah, let me Commissioner Justice, I think you had a question on that first one, the way that was, the header was read.
Well, it's, if I may just, I want to clarify that it's thoroughfare commercial to commercial mixed use. It'd be a CMU, would it not? Is that right? Just mixed use doesn't really.
Mixed use land zoning.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's possible.
I think that would just be commercial land
Commercial mixed.
zoning. I think that's what the ordinance is reflecting. I think
There's Jennifer Hamlin in the background back there. Maybe she can clarify for us, please.
Yeah. Good questions on the header.
Mixed use is the land use designation.
It's what? I'm sorry.
Mixed use is the land use designation that they're asking for.
Okay, so it's not commercial mixed use.
The
I'm not seeing
zoning,
that on any
the
maps.
zoning is commercial mixed use, but our land use just identifies that as mixed use. So there's 2 different, we're changing the land use plan and they're asking for a PUD with that CMU based zoning.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Let me get you.
From the
Commissioner
planning
Aker.
commission, did we make the land use of the recommendation on the land use contingent on approval of the PUD?
We did.
And if PUD was not approved, then it reverts back.
We do make that condition, and it'll need to carry with you guys tonight as well, because y'all have the ultimate authority now
Right.
with the new
Yeah.
state law.
Yeah. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, it made it to the table. I'm a little frustrated here, but I'd just like to go ahead and just point out that this project has been deferred multiple times. This project has gone in front of the Planning Commission. I think they've tore this project down. They've helped rebuild this project. It has been nothing but, in my opinion, just a waste of time for our folks up here. In my opinion, again, I think there's been some changes, with the Western Connection. These folks did not want to basically add any type of road improvements, and now it's gotten to the point right now where now they are wanting to go ahead and do road improvements because it's their last line of any type of options for them. RS-40 is something that I only support for this area. We've had numerous issues with that light out there on South Green Hills. This road is in the process of being, I guess, improved with the roundabout. The city has spent a lot of time and effort in improving South Green Hills, and it's going to be many years before we can get to the second part of that. It's going to be, I think it was 10 years. It was projected, for the Western Connection, maybe even longer. So I'm just totally against this project, Mayor. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hefner?
No, thanks, Vice Mayor Trivette. I hope you remember that thought.
Yes.
When the apartments in Providence Central come up.
Yes, sir.
That you're talking 3 times the amount of doorknobs in an area of town that's worse than South Green Hill Road. So appreciate the comments, though. This has gone back and forth from the Planning Commission, and there were several modifications made. I do understand that there are some road improvements that are coming along with this project that maybe we can get a representative to speak to those a little bit, if that's okay, Mayor.
Does anybody else have any general comments or procedural things? If not, we'll hear from the developer. All right, let's get your name and address for the record.
Nathan Quinn, 402 B&A Drive, and thanks very much again for letting me speak. This has been a process, there's no doubt, and there's been a lot of changes and back and forth and deferrals. One of those was the Western Collector being identified within the last month, and once that was identified, we went back and on the floor last month weren't able to determine what that true cost would be to do those improvements. So we went back, worked with city staff and elected officials, and came up with a plan to widen South Green Hill Road along our property frontage to 3 lanes. That's the exhibit you all have in front of you. It allows for dedicated left turn movements on the Woodlawn Drive, dedicated left turn movements for northbound traffic into the community off of Green Hill Road. We're also going to widen at the intersection of Green Hill Road at Lebanon Road to allow for additional storage for dedicated left and right and through turn movements. And, we're happy that we can contribute on this level to the city's growth and as they identify these major thoroughfares. And I think that was the major revision. It was just adding that connection back in at Green Hill Road as a safety concern. And then with these major improvements, we look forward to any additional comments or questions you may have. Joe Haddocks from Civil Sites here if they have a more technical question, but those were the main changes without getting too lengthy. Y'all listen to me talk enough, I think.
Commissioner Mullally, get your microphone on.
At the first reading that got deferred, we had talked about the commercial going vertical at a certain CO, which it was
Yes, ma'am.
suggested 51. So you have since talked to planning and have a,
The understanding that, from my understanding, that we've reached is at the 86 C of O, the first commercial building will be going vertical. And at the 115th C of O, the first building will be complete, and we will have started the second commercial building to give the city and the commission the confidence that we do fully intend to not only develop the residential portion, but the commercial portion as well of these for sale, 100% for sale townhomes. And that would directly support the type of commercial that the city of Mount Juliet's looking for, and we're working hard to bring here.
all right. So what does it mean to start going vertical exactly?
That would mean that whomever would be building, they would have their plans approved through the city approval processes, and we would get the entire site pad ready. We would build all the roads and stub in the utilities, so they'd be able to immediately start pouring their foundations and coming up out of the ground. So it should be a very quick process. So just to begin construction of whatever that building is what that means.
So this is more than just a pad ready site.
Absolutely. That would mean that an approved business would be going vertical there. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you talk about the stream issue that, or maybe Joe might want to, that was discussed at the last meeting?
I can talk briefly about the stream along South Green Hill Road. It was actually misidentified. It was a wet weather conveyance, and we had our environmental consultant come back out to the site and confirm that. So as part of our plan, those two crossings that you pass right there, they're both old corrugated metal pipes. We're going to completely replace those with concrete pipes, extend those crossings out of the right of way. So when this is expanded in the future, you have a product that's going to last for decades and decades. And if you have something more specific about the stormwater on the site, Joe Haddocks can answer that.
Yeah, I would.
Let's see if anybody wants to hear. Anybody got a question for Nathan? Plays the mic. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for being here tonight, Nathan. Just got a quick question for you. So when you were saying you guys are going to complete the 86 home, is that correct?
Yes,
and then
sir.
you're going to have the pad ready for the building to go vertical. Is that correct?
The pad will be ready before we start building the first townhome. So we'll, as part of our construction schedule, we'll have the entire site, all the roadway and infrastructure in place, all the utilities in place and approved before anything's built. The entire property will be developed and mass graded, landscape buffers installed, lighting installed, the roadway improvements complete, and everything will be ready to go vertical. There'll just be a different process for the commercial portion to go vertical to get that specific site plan approved. So this allows time during the construction process to allow them to bring their plan to the city, get it approved, get the construction site plan approved, and then go vertical by the time that 86 C of O is issued by the city. If that makes sense. Does that answer your question, Vice Mayor?
A little bit. I mean, obviously, again, putting utilities in this pad is kind of a gamble because, again, I mean, how do you go ahead and put that in place on something that you're not even for sure what's going to be built there yet?
Sure. It's a great question. I might have misspoken. When I say we make them available, we'll stub out utilities off of the water mains and the sewer mains so that they can tap in depending on what their intended usage is. So they would then apply for, my understanding is, they would then apply for their own water meter for that specific business. And from talking with the utility provider, that is dependent on the type of business that goes there. If it's a 1-inch or a 2-inch meter, et cetera.
So how do you envision with the commercial side, all of the trucks coming in and out, whether that's UPS, FedEx, post office, large commercial building, trucks coming in and out of there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that going through the actual residential side? And also the patrons, do you see that also going through the residential side?
That's a great question. I think that's something we could easily restrict in the HOA covenants and restrictions between both the commercial and residential properties to make sure that it's clear that, traffic, commercial traffic isn't allowed within the residential community. I think that's something we can easily work through.
See, this is the thing that I kind of have a problem with because that lot is so small. I mean, obviously, you're talking, 20-acre lot, residential and commercial, and now you're trying to squeeze because again, you're talking about residents that are having to come out on Lebanon Road. Okay, they're going to want to come out that way, and then you got patrons that are obviously not going to follow a simple sign that's going to be 9 inches by 12 inches tall that says, no through traffic. So that's my other concern. And I just want this board to realize that, again, it's either going to be left up to the residents with their HOA to somehow slow down. Because again, the biggest thing that you're wanting to push out, which is family fun, residents here and be able to have all these amenities and all this stuff. But then at the same time, you got commercial right behind it going right through there. So again, I'm going to be asking to come with a plan to come back to all of us and simply look at this. I mean, personally, I like to make a motion to defer it forever, but I think that they need to come up with a better plan to simply start thinking about this traffic coming through here. I mean, we've deferred this, 6-7 months now? What's 2-3 more weeks? I'd like to make a motion, get deferred for 2 more weeks until they come back with an actual traffic study. We've got residents that's been in here that's talk about traffic studies. Traffic study is not even up to date when it comes to the actual residents, to the schools, to the businesses. It seems like either two things happen. One, somebody's trying to slip something underneath us, or two, they don't understand a calendar. So I'd really like to be able to defer this for 2 more weeks, have you guys come back and give us an actual real plan. Because right now, none of this is working for me. Safety is what you talked about. You wanted to have something out here for the residents. Right now, I don't see it.
We've agreed to providing traffic calming measures within the community, whether that be raised crosswalks, stop signs to mitigate speeding within the limits of the community. And by nature of it being a commercial mixed use development, nobody can absolutely control if somebody uses that road to access Green Hill Road, but we can do our best and work with our engineering partners and city staff on making smart designs within the community, which we've already committed to make sure it's safe, as well as all the improvements that we're committed to doing on South Green Hill Road. I mean, there's dedicated left turns in. It's at the top of the hill, so we don't have to worry about sight distance issues. It's dedicated two-way center turn lane to allow traffic to safely merge on the Green Hill Road. We're widening and extending the storage at Green Hill Road, at Lebanon Road. So we feel that we're absolutely stepping up to the plate. I went to school here as a kid to West Elementary myself, and I grew up here my whole life, and I'm happy to be in a position to be able to do the responsible thing. And if somebody brings up a valid point, which has come up a lot in these processes, we've absolutely gone back to the drawing table and addressed those concerns and made serious changes. And we're stepping up to the plate to really help the city's growth going into the future.
So I got one last thing, because I know I have a motion on the table here. Will these residents be allowed to park on this street during the day?
On the street, there's parallel parking available.
Not in their driveways. Are they allowed to park on the street during the day?
The way it's planned right now, no. These would just have parallel parking. There's some additional surface parking. There's 4 off-street parking spaces per unit. We have over 400 parking spaces for the community. The minimum's only 2 per unit. We're well above and beyond the minimum standards across the board in this community.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. My question, and just questions, just to make sure everybody's on the same page where I am. I got a call, I guess, 4:30 today. So this is the first I've seen with the road improvements. I figured you already had your 3 votes to move forward. So I'm glad to hear that you are addressing some of these things. I guess my first question is there a plan for these streets to be public, or are they going to remain private in control of the HOA?
They'd be private, built to within a city standard.
Okay. So the HOA could close through traffic if they wanted to the commercial.
Correct.
All right.
I believe so. I believe that's correct.
Well, they're private streets.
That's right.
Now, I'm going to take opposition here to the vice mayor. So that's important to me that the commercial entities be able to safely get out on Lebanon Road. So that's part of the reason why I wanted the connectivity to South Green Hill Road and the improvements to South Green Hill Road to make this project work. So these are private streets in here, which is good that the cost of the streets and none of the infrastructure is falling back on the taxpayers. The other question I have is I says here on some improvement where you're doing a turn lane extension, 150 feet of storage, 60 feet of taper that are coming off the intersection. Now, I know there's a 20-inch water main in that area. Does this impact the 20-inch water main? And if it does, who's paying for the relocation of it?
That's an issue that we've shown that we work with them on relocation if necessary. I mean, right now we don't believe we need to relocate the water main because it currently runs within the roadway section, I believe, from what we've determined. So we don't believe we would have to relocate that water main.
But if the water main is relocated, are you paying the cost to do so?
Currently, that'd be what we would plan to do if a relocation would be needed. Yeah.
And at what point are you proposing to do the improvements to the turn lane and the road?
We would be doing those during the major site work. So while we're putting in the roads within the community, we'd also be working to grade along South Green Hill Road and make those widening improvements that y'all see before you. With the goal being to bring those online with phase one and all the other roads so that when the community's open to builders to start building these townhomes that they would be able to utilize.
So that would be before the first CO?
Yes.
Okay.
And to address your concern, we can dedicate a cross access easement so that the HOA
commercial.
would not be able to restrict access.
All right. Anyone else questions for Mr. Quinn? No. I think Commissioner Mullally has some questions for Mr. Haddix.
Well, just to confirm what you just said, the widening of South Green Hill Road and at the signal, the road improvements will be complete before the first CO?
That's the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And yeah, I had and at what point will the connection at South Green Hill be open?
That'd be a part of the driveway permit process with the city when the road's annexed into the city. So it would be open as soon as we're permitted to open, I guess. I'm not trying to be intentionally vague, but we would make those widening improvements. And once they accept the road section is up to standard, that we can then open it.
All right. So
I'm not trying to be
by the first
misleading.
CO.
Yes.
Okay. Because I was still concerned about construction equipment going out there.
And that's just something where we would direct them to only use, like they do on most areas, they would only use a specified entrance for construction when there's two available. So that would be whatever made sense, but given the improvements on Green Hill Road, both would be safe, in my opinion.
And I have a question for Joe.
Okay, go ahead.
So Joe, the south wall, I know that the southern section is going to be built up. So the property to the south of that, again, is a big concern about where that water is going to go and flooding to those properties south of there.
Yes, ma'am. So
what, again, what is the plan? I know that where the detention pond is located, I get where the water's going to go on the northern side of the southern boundary, but on the southern boundary side of it, how are you going to keep the property to the south from flooding?
So the current grading plan for the southern property line actually is in a cut condition. So we're actually lower where the proposed buildings would be than at the property line. So it's actually sloping back down into the site as opposed to off-site to the neighbor.
Okay, so it's lower than
We're
the southern
lower
property.
than the property.
Oh,
So we're
okay,
gonna
because
take
I'm
that
picturing
elevation.
it sitting up here,
Yeah,
you know.
we're actually taking that elevation down. So it's a lot easier on us that way, right? We're not shielding any water towards the neighbor. It's actually coming towards
Oh, I
us.
got you. Okay. That was the only question I had for Joe.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Joe, for
Yes,
being
sir.
here also.
Yes,
Quick
sir.
question, just so I can clarify. So how are you guys going to be mitigating that from the residential to commercial? What was your statement?
From the residential to commercial.
Yeah, you guys said that you guys were going to do some type of.
Oh yeah, as regarding being able to the HOA cutting off access, right? You can dedicate a cross access easement and put it in the covenants that each respective property has, benefits from the easement. So once it's established, it would take, all parties involved to. I think in theory you could probably get that set up relatively easy. We're going to have to plat the property and establish the easement with the plat. Regardless, and also added to the covenants.
So is it like a gate or something that you guys are going to be putting up, or how is it going to work? Just so I
Oh
understand.
no, I think we were just talking about establishing the easement to prevent, let's say HOA comes in later and says, oh, we want to prevent the cut through traffic. Well, they wouldn't be able to do so because obviously the commercial site would still want the bypass traffic, which we want to because it captures trips, keeps people from going to South Green Hill. So they wouldn't be able to do that by themselves once the commercial property is established. Does that make sense? Because
I'm still having a hard time, and I know these residents are too.
It-
So I'm
it
trying to
would be
understand this.
if
You're telling you're telling a car that wants to go down there to
Mhm.
either bypass maybe the light or maybe bypass whatever.
Right.
Maybe there's and they want to get through there. So I mean, is there going to be like an HOA president out there, an HOA person that's going to say, "Hey, you can't come through our neighborhood"? How does this work?
No, I don't think. I think the intent would be to not restrict that access through the development.
So
Right. I think what we've said would be traffic calming. We'll work with Public Works. Me and Mr. Barlow have talked about it with final site plan to come up with traffic calming measures. Maybe not make it easy to traverse through the site, but it would still be open.
Sure. And I'm gonna go back to this second part because obviously, because I live in Hickory Hills, traffic calming measures on Mary Court, we all know that it's heck, they even dropped it down to 19 miles an hour just to get everybody's attention that there's a speed limit through there. And we all know that top speed was 63 last summer. So let's put that in the realistic here. So, but I'm going to ask this same question. Let's just say, brother, sister, cousin wants to come over and visit, grandma and grandpa that lives there now. Okay. Are they going to be allowed to park on this street?
No, I think you can restrict that in the covenant.
And that's going to be restricted. Okay.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, just wanted to clarify this because again, I'm having a hard time. Again, people going through there trying to understand this whole concept here.
Right. I completely understand. I think one thing that I can't remember if it was discussed in front of this body or at Planning Commission is to assist with some additional parking for the residential. We've had a shared parking provision. So in addition to a cross access easement between the uses, you'd also have a shared parking, which would allow, any friends, family, relatives visiting, they could park on the commercial space and also walk through with the additional pedestrian connectivity we've provided.
Yeah, okay. I just got a question for Jennifer next. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Any other questions for Mr. Haddix? Or do you have a question for Mr. Haddix?
The density rate, it comes down to what?
5.5. Let me double check.
9.5?
5.5.
5.5.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. 6.3.
6.3. Oh, what the density rate was for the development.
All right.
Are there 115 or 117? Because 117 was talked about last time.
115.
So there's okay, 115.
Any other questions for Mr. Haddix? If not, our planning director, Ms. Hamblin, I know there's some questions for you. If you can make your way up. We'll get him next. Who would like to be recognized?
I'll go ahead.
Vice Mayor?
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Hamlin, for being here tonight, first of all. So obviously, this is kind of a special project, so I just want to kind of get your opinion on, any recommendations or thoughts when it comes to going vertical on Ms. Mullaley's concern with
Right,
the occupancy.
Correct. So Mr. Quinn indicated to you guys that his idea of going vertical was a pad ready with those utilities connected. But my expectation for that would be I would want to see walls going up before the 86th CO is issued. 86th.
Yeah, that's our intent. I'm not trying to.
That's okay. So I'd want that captured very specifically in any kind of motion that you guys made tonight if this project moves forward.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Sure.
You know what? Just one more thing, Mayor, if it's okay. Thank you and your staff, and also Mr. Barlow and his staff for, I think, again, as I'm going to reiterate, I think this is the longest project that has been out there that has been deferred, and I think that our staff has wasted enough time on this. So just want to tell you both thank you, and please pass it along to the rest of your teams.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mullally?
And then at the 115th CO, the first commercial building has to be 100% completed.
Completed. Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
And so that went back to my question on the definition of started means on the second building. So your definition would be walls going up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Ebner?
Actually, yes, I do. After much thought on this project, and I do agree with Commissioner Trevette, a lot of time has been spent on this, including my own. The commercial, it seems like there's a lot of concern around the commercial on this project. And the more and more I keep thinking about it, would it not be best to just eliminate the commercial and come in with a straight RM 8?
That has been my recommendation the whole time.
Correct. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I understand. So I know it's a 180-degree turn on this somewhat, but I would, in that commercial, if you look at the parcel, it's kind of small. And the idea behind a commercial mixed use is the residents have somewhere they can walk and go and eat or whatever. I'm not sure what's planned for these two buildings, but I just don't see that happening. I see more problems as a result of that commercial being there than it not. If the corner piece maybe was included where the church sits, if that was included in it, may make sense. But eliminating the commercial, you're going to reduce traffic by adding more houses. Commercial is going to drive 6 times, where's Barlow? 6 times the amount of traffic than residential. I almost regret not voting on the amendment separately because the future land use calls for commercial, this entire parcel to be commercial. You talk about traffic, you're going to get a lot of traffic. So if this project fails, somebody can come in, even the current owner of the property, it's got it under contract, and come back in and propose all commercial, and it's supported by our future land use. I would much rather see this come in as an RM8 as a residential than I would as a commercial mixed use. And that's what I would recommend to the applicant, that he rethink that, reduce the density on the southern part of this property and put the villas back in there to allow for a buffer for those neighbors, and also on the east side.
The westerly side.
The western side and the southern side. I don't know, something funny. Okay. Sorry. So that would be my recommendation, and then increase the amenities. I mean, you've got one pickleball court and a dog park. I mean, you got to do much better than that, in my opinion. I mean, it's just not, to me,
totally
I don't,
agree.
and I think you support that, Ms. Hamlin.
I do, and I agree with your statements 100%. I feel like this commercial is just a token piece to meet our ordinance. It's the minimum, and this is not our intent for a mixed-use development.
And in all fairness to the applicant, I had a conversation, one of the first ones, and I recommended or suggested that he consider commercial because of the Lebanon Road right there, being right on Lebanon Road. I thought that would be a good spot for some commercial. But given the project, given all the issues and concerns with it, I would strongly recommend that the applicant go back and resubmit under RM8.
I agree.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our planner? All right, I'd like to hear from or do you have one for our planner?
No, I just got a couple comments I'd like to make. Please.
The floor is yours.
First of all, I want to know what numerous issues with the light at Green Hill Road and Lebanon Road are. I mean, it's only been in there since last April. So, I mean, it's less than a year old. I'd like to know what those are and why they haven't been brought to my attention. It's in my district.
Saying pre.
No,
Oh,
you're not. That's what you said. You said that there were numerous issues with the light. Well, I wonder what they were. Please.
Traffic coming in.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Traffic coming in
All right.
also.
I was actually asking the mayor if I
sorry.
could, but
My apologies, man.
yeah.
He was looking
If
at
you
me,
can
so I took it that way.
inform me of what those issues were, I would really like to know because I've not seen them.
Well, I will say the original design for that intersection was to have those two roads, Santa Fe and South Green Hill, aligned. I don't know if that's what the vice mayor's speaking to, but I can give him the floor and let him respond.
If please, if you could, because I'm not seeing these issues. I actually worked my tail end off along with Mr. White, and Mr. Barlow to get that red light put in at that location. And now I'm finding out that there's issues that I didn't know existed. So,
Well, absolutely. Yeah. Thank
Vice
you,
Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Justice. Yeah. As we stated before, initially this developer did not want to do any type of improvements up until tonight. Okay. There was some discussion about, again, lining up the actual lights. And I appreciate you actually going ahead and doing your due diligence and working hard to get those lights in there, because actually my daughter was actually involved in an accident because those lights were not there. So I'm in favor of that light. Okay. But I am also asking the fact that we actually help clear up some other, congestion that we do have in that area. Okay. Which right now, if you think about it, you got one light that's actually coming out of South Green Hills. Folks have got to sit there. And then at the same time, for the other people to come back across, that's a whole nother delay that you got to be able to have out because the street is not aligned up on both sides there. Okay. And then at the same time, as I was just discussing with the actual developer, if you go back to, if that light is red and somebody that's down on South Green Hills that want to actually cut through there, they have the ability now to go through that subdivision, turn right, and bypass the light and any other traffic right there to be able to cut through and be able to go back to their house a little bit quicker. So yeah, there's many opportunities for, for folks to actually bypass that light, create more congestion through that area. And now tonight, we're going back to, the drawing board. So now this project's going to go from 6-7 months to 8-9 months. So yeah, again, this board is up here basically designing this for the developers.
All right.
As we did with the planning. So sorry, Mayor.
No, don't worry. That addresses the lot. Mr. Justice.
thank you. I asked about the issues with the light as it exists right now. You gave me your crystal ball version of what's going to happen in 5 years down the road. That's not what I was asking about. So, Mr. Barlow, is there some issue with the red light at that location that I'm not aware of?
No.
Is there something we need to fix?
No, as far as I know, everything's working properly.
Okay, I thought it was, but I was just informed that there were going to be issues. There are issues with the lights. I didn't know what those were. I also take offense to the comment that we have wasted enough time on this. When I've got a city planner and our public works director, Mr. White, one of our city engineers, deputy public works director, they spend their time trying to work through the sausage, if you would. And that sausage actually it looks horrible when you're making it. And you hope that the end result is something that you can live with and something that's palatable. So when you say that they are looking at a project and they were wasting our time on it, I really don't see any part of the planning process as being a waste of time. And I'm sorry you do. How they make this project work is we have engineers on staff and they have engineers and they work together to get it done. And these guys have been back and forth back through here. They've been put through the ringer because we have had given them mixed messages as to what we wanted to see at that location. And I understand exactly what Commissioner Hefner was talking about a while ago when you said, you initially said commercial because that's what the land use plan calls for. That's what we do. We go by the land use plan. When we want it changed, then we change the land use plan. Now we're telling them that we want 100% RMA. We spent so much time out here trying to get with them to get them to appease 5 different people. This whole thing has been engineered by committee. It hasn't been engineered by the engineers. It's been engineered by 4 commissioners and 3 commissioners, the vice mayor and the mayor. While these people are trying to get our votes. They spent probably the first 3 or 4 months trying to get your vote before they finally realized you were never going to vote for it. So anything that you did at that point was trying to kill it. So they quit at that point, but then they went after the rest of us trying to get our votes. We wound up, we're asking for $3,000 and $5,000 per unit on every development that we've got coming into Mountain Juliet. And these people go and look at half of their stuff is going to be about $7,000 per unit. And for them to do the whole thing is $14,000 per unit. Nobody's taking that into consideration. They're fixing the road. Asked for the road to be fixed. Well, now they've figured out that they can fix the road. I don't know what else we didn't get asked for. I think they've answered every question that we've got to answer at this point. I mean, is it perfect? No. I've never seen one development that was perfect. But we need to give our planning staff an opportunity to do what we pay them to do and let them help or stop the development and then take their recommendations. Get out of their way and let them do their jobs. We're acting like a bunch of government people.
Commissioner Hefner.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, yes, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to separate 9.1 from 9.2.
I'll second. And I believe with the passage of that would put us solely on 9.1, which would separate that would be the land use, which would separate us from the PUD.
Okay.
All right. Any questions, comments, or discussion on that before we vote?
A question for Andy before that, but I guess.
Do you want to hold your motion, let her ask her question, or do you just want to vote?
I can hold.
Okay, I'll hold. This Public Works Director is back at the podium, so your question, or Commissioner.
Okay, I wanted to ask about the traffic study, impact study, because it was questioned about the timing of that.
Yeah, it was done. Now we did receive it in September. The counts were done at the end of July, right before school started. I did look at that. One of the, usually that could be a concern if you've got a situation where you might be teetering on the edge of, like if a traffic signal wasn't there, I would really want to go back and take a long, hard look at those numbers and see what they look like. And so it wasn't the case. The traffic signal was already there. There wasn't really any major type of stuff that I felt like was going to be triggered with or without the school traffic. They did not have the turn lane warrants met. We went ahead and had them go ahead and include those in the study. So we have, by recommendations, gone above and beyond what was required out of the volumes of the traffic study. So even if they were increased with the amount of school traffic, we've already gone well above and beyond any recommendations that would come from the study. So I really don't have any concerns about that because if we get everything included in here that I would ask of the project, 3 lanes along the front edge and some other related improvements, I think that we've had them definitely offset the impacts that they'd be bringing to the roadway.
Okay. And as far as the improvements for the road, I mean, you're good with those?
So probably some clarifications to it. In item 8A of the Public Works comments, we highlight that of the per lot, in lieu of any per lot contributions, having them widen South Green Hill Road from the southern boundary to Lebanon Road. There are some constraints. I mean, I'll definitely say they have some constraints there. Not the water line necessarily, but there's some pretty significant grades, and those homes that are already there facing South Green Hill Road, and then you've got the church daycare on the other side. That's parking is right up next to the right of way, and so to try to actually fit everything in there would be next to impossible without potentially taking out some parking or heavily impacting somebody's property. And so what I would probably want to look at with probably somewhat of a compromise to what they have shown there versus what item 8A is having them doing the 3-lane section along their frontage as shown, meeting engineering standards, of course. And then they're showing the separate right and left turn lanes on South Green Hill Road at Lebanon Road, so at the intersection. They're showing 150 foot of storage. From looking at that, I think a nice safeguard would be having a 200 foot of storage instead. It'll give some extra car lengths there. And then between the two, you have an area of an unimproved section. Having them go, and we've talked about this on the McFarland property in the past, and we would be going the same, which is a project we'll see at the next meeting. Having them go and improve that to 2 11-foot lanes plus 2-foot shoulders. So some minor roadway work there to have an actual improved piece between the two. While maybe they can't get the full 3-lane, they can get something that is improved and is a better finished product. And we can memorialize those later, but that's the idea of similar to what they have shown there, and to a final condition. Hopefully we get part of that.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Commissioner, do you want to make your motion again?
Yes. I would like to separate 9.1 and 9.1 and 9.2.
And that would put us on the hearing the land use only at this point?
Correct.
Is there a second on that? I'll second. Any discussion on the motion to divide the two? All right. All in favor of dividing the two, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed to that? That passes by a vote of 4-1. So we're now on 9.1 only, which is the land use amendment. If 9, let me explain for just a moment here. If 9.1 does carry, we will then hear 9.2, which is the PUD. If 9.1 fails here tonight, which is the land use amendment, if the land use amendment fails, I don't think we'll have a land use to support the PUD. So I believe we're going to be dead in the water on 9.2. And I'm looking specifically at our attorney here to tell me if I'm right or wrong on that.
Correct, unless you want to take the PUD and vote on it conditioned upon the land use eventually being approved.
Oh, that is an option. And Commissioner Justice.
Wouldn't we have to vote on the actual PUD first then, if we did it that way?
Either way, you would need to vote the PUD first.
Right.
I'm sorry. Back up. Correct. If no land use, then no PUD.
Right. There's
nothing to support the PUD.
Right.
It wouldn't be
I'm thinking y'all were the planning commission. Sorry.
I don't think it would be a valid PUD at that point if there's no land use to support it. Okay. All right. I think we're all on the same page. We've divided it. Now we're on 9-1, which just again is the land use. And I think Commissioner Hefner is asking for the floor.
Gino, got a question on the mixed use reference in this amendment. Can that be removed and changed to low density as opposed to commercial mixed use?
Mm-hmm.
Will it have to go back to the planning commission?
No.
So I can amend to remove mixed use reference in the land use and replace it with low density.
Yes.
Okay. That's my motion.
Just to clarify that, that's a motion to change the land use to low density residential?
Well, it's currently thoroughfare. It's currently thoroughfare
Commercial thoroughfare.
Correct.
And your motion is to change it to low density.
Correct.
So your motion is to kill this project, basically, right?
No. No.
Residential or just low density?
We may want to get our planner up here just to make sure we got your motion worded properly, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, please.
You're correct, Commissioner Hefner. It would be low density,
Okay.
which would support RS30 or RS40 base zoning.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I think we're all trying to intermix zoning in our
Yeah.
minds too. But low density supports residential zoning. And what was the
RS30 and RS40 base zoning.
RS30 and 40? So
Yes.
So, all right. Is there any other questions about Commissioner Hefner's motion then? All right, is there a second on that? On changing it to low density? Is there a second on the motion to change the land use to low density? Well, we need to be a second
Let me
then.
withdraw my motion so we can.
Okay, when the withdrawal doesn't have a second at this point, so. Do you still have a question then about,
He's pulling his motion.
do you want to try to explain yours, what you're trying to accomplish, or?
So what I'm hearing is a lot of we need lesser density on this road because of the issues with South Green Hill Road and the traffic. I'm not in favor of the future land use, which calls out for this entire project to be commercial, which is going to generate 6 times the amount of traffic. So what I am willing to do or attempting to do is change the land use from commercial to residential in a sense. So anything that goes there would be residential under low density zoning. And I'm hoping to be medium density. We can discuss that. But if we do not change the land use amendment, then commercial can go on that, which is kind of what goes against what you're trying to do, which is reduce the traffic congestion on South Green Hill Road. So I'm surprised you voted against that amendment, by the way. But that's my intent, is to change the land use amendment to residential, away from thoroughfare commercial. Does that make sense?
My question is for Mr. Marchetti, if I may. What is the effect of downzoning someone's property without their request? What happens if we do that and devalue their property? Are we not responsible for that in any shape, form, or fashion?
You're talking about where they have vested rights in that. Understanding nothing's been done on this property.
Right. I'm asking as a result of what we might do tonight. If we did that, if we went from a commercial piece of property and we took it down to a residential low density piece of property, is there a result that?
No, there are no vested rights in this until they actually start doing real work.
What does that mean?
I've got no vested rights. The answer is no.
Okay, so we can go out in anybody's property out here and they have commercial and we can do away with that commercial zoning and take it to residential and they can't say a word.
Property.
Wow, it's government at its finest. Good job. Okay.
Commissioner Mallely.
The land use all through there is this commercial, right? So why wouldn't you go for changing all of that versus this one piece of property?
That's a good question. Right now, we're voting on this parcel here. They're requesting a land use amendment for this parcel.
Right. So, I mean, is that next to change all the zoning along Lebanon Road?
We're just
to low
on land
density?
use. We're just on land use, not
I mean,
zoning.
sorry, land use along Lebanon Road to change it to residential? I mean, where will this lead? I guess is my
I think
question.
for this project, the land use, I believe, under commercial, I think it's a bad idea.
All right, did you?
And I'm not, and I withdrew my motion
So
to change it to low density. So we can vote on the land use amendment as it states now, which is to change it to a CMU.
Oh, well, before, yes, I'll give you the floor. Before I say that, I see we've got a few courses of action here. We can change the land use for this particular parcel, potentially, or you can make someone can make a motion to approve it as is, contingent upon the passage of 9.2, which I think is already captured from planning, but just to be careful what we do here tonight, or we can keep working. Commissioner Justice.
Regardless of whether their project goes through or not, again, this parcel is in my district. The commercial thoroughfare portion of the land use plan is predominantly in my district and actually in the Vice Mayor's district as well on Lebanon Road. We're talking about changing from commercial, which our city survives on, certainly doesn't survive on our property tax. But we're going to take the commercial out of this and put nothing but residential in, which means they are absolutely nothing but a liability without any asset. I don't agree with that at all. Again, I mean, if this goes through, what we probably need to do is run over on Golden Bear and do the exact same thing. Because that's devaluing people's property, and that's not what we should be doing here.
I withdrew my motion.
Yeah, it's a commercial mixed use right now. So
correct, and what it should be.
Well, it's currently it's commercial thoroughfare. This is an ordinance to change to commercial mixed use. So right now that's on the table. We got commercial thoroughfare, or what we're voting on is to change it, unless somebody makes a motion, for an example, to change it to residential or low density. Right now it's the mixed use vote. Vice Mayor.
No, I'm good. I've already went back and forth. I'm good.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about sausage anymore.
Well, that's I appreciate that, but it's that commercial thoroughfare. I'm not going to support anything to take it away from commercial. If you've got something else or you want to take it to mixed use, I don't mind mixed use here. And I tell you, my reasoning for supporting mixed use is if mixed use done properly on here with a land zone, you can wind up with developments that put much less load on our schools than you would get out of a single family. And they would contribute a whole lot of more money to our schools to support those schools, pay for them, expand them, and all those other things. So I'm not opposed to mixed use, but I don't know. Are we ready to vote on the land use plan changes? If not, then Commissioner Mullally.
Okay, since the Planning Commission put in the contingency that if this fails, it reverts back to the original land use. So do we need to do that here as well? Or does that carry all the way through second reading?
I think if you want to capture that on here, that if the PUD fails, that this reverts back, that I believe it's captured by the Planning Commission, but it won't hurt to put that in there.
Okay, well, I make a motion to put this in that if this passes and the next one, the PUD fails, that the land use reverts back.
Second. You got a second on that? All right. So the motion is if this passes And the next ordinance, which is an ordinance to adopt the preliminary master plan to rezone the 23.12 acres located at 13506 Lebanon Road, known as the Villages of Green Hill, map 53, parcel 152, from RS40 to CMU PUD. If that fails, the land use will revert back to its current status, which is all right. Any questions, comments, or debate on that? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed on that?
I'm not even sure why we're now separating it and voting on the amendment separately. So if PUD fails, it reverts back to commercial thoroughfare. Anyways, a nay.
Okay. Then that carries 4-1. We're back on 9-1, the land use amendment or the land use ordinance as was amended one time on this. Is there any other questions or comments on this before we vote on the commercial mixed use? All right. All in favor of 9-1 as amended one time, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. 9-1 is passed with the one amendment on that. So next item on the agenda is 9-2, an ordinance to adopt the preliminary master development plan and rezone approximately 23.12 acres of the property located at 13506 Lebanon Road, known as the Villages of Green Hill, map 53, parcel 152, from RS40 to CMU PUD. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Have a motion and a second. The item's on the table. Okay, we can pick back up, I guess, where we left off with the first time when this was being discussed. And I question our Commissioner Mullally. You have the floor.
Well, I have a question. Of course, since he pulled that, the full residential now is not even on the table anymore. Because I was going to ask a question to the developer about that. So that's not even relevant now.
We're on the PUD.
Okay. Curiosity, if this came back and you did all townhomes, where would you be on the roads? And what would be the density in RM8?
Totally different development. We'd have
Right.
to completely reevaluate.
It'd be more density.
It would be more density, but likely much less traffic. But I'm not a traffic engineer or an expert on that.
And it would be all townhomes, not single family. So in case anybody was wondering.
I'm not sure what I'm not trying to be insulting. You mean if it all
Well,
goes and it's all RMA? I mean,
I just had a question from what he was saying. And
Commissioners, is the question if this PUD is voted down and you come back with RM8? Is that where you're going?
yeah, I was just curious.
I mean, it would, Commissioner Justice spoke to this, it would severely impact the current property owner's property value. And it would severely impact also our ability to do these road improvements on the recently identified Western Collector.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. Okay.
Okay, my question, do you have enough?
I was just going to explain on the school capacity situation where at what point they look at doing new schools. As soon as a school hits 85%, the county, because we don't do the schools here in the city, it's all the county. So as soon as a school hits 85% capacity, they go out and start looking at new land. So that's I learned recently that's how that works. So just in case you didn't know, just a bit of information there. I think okay. I would like to amend this to add that no one owner can own more than 2 units, because this wasn't added at planning. It was just a statement that Gino had made. So I would like to add this in.
Okay, is there a second on that? Second. All right, Commissioner Hefner, second. Any questions or comments or discussion on that amendment? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one carries. So we're once amended. And that was to limit the ownership to 2 units per owner.
Right. And just so you know, at planning, the 10% rental cap was added throughout the whole entire development, in case you didn't know that.
All right, do you have anything else, Commissioner?
I don't think so.
I got a question for the Public Works Director.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Barlow. Now, I heard it said that the stream that was so much in question at the last meeting, which has now been reclassified as a wet weather conveyance. Are you in agreement with that statement, that there's no concern on this, especially with keeping in line with them agreeing to do the road improvements?
Well, so I guess as far as the environmental determination goes, we haven't reviewed that, but it does make sense. There are actually 2 streams on this property, one that comes from Lebanon Road and one that comes from the western boundary, kind of on the south side. And so those 2 don't connect on the property. There's just a little bit of an area of overflow. Honestly, they probably only connect because drainage constraints underneath the roadway. And so I think it makes sense that that's not the stream. The stream is actually crossing South Green Hill Road in both places. So it does make sense to us that that's not the case. So, yes, sir. Oh, TDEC has it. Okay. I have been told that TDEC has accepted the ruling on that. So they're the governance for the stream. So that issue is clear.
Then we have the same financial concerns that we had at the last meeting, or I guess I should say I had, maybe.
No, it actually greatly reduces. I think it takes out any concern for stream encapsulation. That's off the table. Now all you're having to worry about is the crossings across South Green Hill, which if you're upgrading those and you're maintaining the pipes, then that's not really a big issue.
Okay. Any other concerns? Traffic studies, the plan to widen, are you in agreement with everything that's presented here tonight, or do you have any concerns on it?
I guess to what Commissioner Mullally was talking about earlier, I think my primary 3 things that we would look at from that plan, just to codify, and Sheila, I can get you some language, but what I had proposed was modifying 8A to say, in lieu of any per lot contributions toward transportation improvements, widen South Green Hill Road along the boundary of the site to a 3-lane section, meeting the city's minor collector typical section. And then adding another subsection E, so 8E, extend the separate left and right turn lanes on South Green Hill Road at Lebanon Road to 200 feet of storage plus bay taper. And then F, so it'd be 8F, improve South Green Hill between the 3-lane section along the project frontage and the turn lanes to Lebanon Road to 11-foot lanes plus 2-foot shoulders. Some minor roadway reconstruction and paving may be necessary. Those 3 right there would capture the improvements along South Green Hill Road to our satisfaction. Obviously, we would need to meet taper and transition requirements, but those 3 right there would satisfy that. I would ask that those be included as a condition, a revised condition into the project. Additionally, I know, as I was looking through this, there's a few things that I want to make sure that were captured. We had talked about, particularly with the detention pond in that area, we talked about increasing the storage to a 100-year storm plus a foot of freeboard. Our current code requirements are 25. Spoiler alert, we're going to be bringing it back to the commission to change our code requirements to the 100. So this will meet what we're going to actually change our code requirements to with your future vote and approval. So I would ask that condition 9, that the detention on the site to meet the 100-year storm plus 1 foot of freeboard. I think that would take a next right step on the stormwater controls. And then The one note I had that I was making notes of is, as discussion was going on earlier on the commercial sites. It makes sense from a construction standpoint that they be graded and pad ready prior to the first certificate of occupancy. So I would want to make sure that we codify that. And then the construction on the buildings themselves shall be above grade. So we talk about going vertical. Construction on the buildings themselves be above grade, or whatever you decide, if it's one building or whatever, prior to the 86 CO.
Do you have these
I do.
suggestions in writing?
I do have them in writing, and I can give
Okay.
them to Sheila.
That'd be most helpful instead of me trying to.
Yes. And then the one last thing, we're talking about parking. Maybe we capture it this way, state that no parking in non-designated parking along the internal street network.
Okay. Yeah, let's get questions out of the way, and to your point, and then I'm going to ask, if unless there's a reason not to, I'm going to ask him to read back some of these so we can capture them. Commissioner Justice.
There was a piece, and we've talked about this before, but I'd forgotten about it until sitting here going over this in my mind. I will, and you tell me how to approach this with the lights and the sidewalks on Lebanon Road, because I don't want the city to wind up having to pay for additional LED street lighting along that section when we can get the developer to do that. I know that's probably minuscule compared to some of the other stuff, but I mean, there's still a cost to the city I think we should avoid if we can. They're going to provide sidewalks along that section. They also need to be lit so that people can walk securely. So how would we, I guess, put that in?
And I would say include street lighting along the project frontage on Lebanon Road
and South Green Hill.
Yeah, we can.
Because right now I'm regretting not having done some of that over on Nonneville Road in past
South
projects.
Green Hill, keep in mind you do have a residential context there. You know, it's one thing for Lebanon Road where you've got commercial. I would want to be a little cautious. I think having it at the access point to South Green Hill Road is pretty important. But having it all along the roadway, you could be negatively impacting the existing residents.
You're talking about with just
with street lighting on the road.
Okay.
We could be creating a precedence too.
Could, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about Lebanon Road then and street. They would bear the cost of putting the LED lights up on the poles, basically, that exist, not adding new poles, I would
Correct.
imagine.
Yeah, that's pretty minor. And then at the access to South Green Hill Road, I think is pretty important.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
I believe that's good.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Barlow, obviously there's, a question here. I got two quick ones. The first one is, I apologize, you went through a great list of all of the options here, because I know the mayor had talked about the existing utility line there for the water line. How do you feel about that? Because I know that we didn't have you up initially. Is there any concerns there? Obviously, we heard the developer said there was no concerns, but what are your thoughts?
I think there might be some potential crossing where they're redoing the pipe underneath or replacing the old metal pipe and putting in the concrete pipe. I think we can go ahead and assume that there probably would be some minor crossing impacts there. I can't say that they wouldn't have some minor impacts elsewhere. At the turn lane at Lebanon Road, probably an impact there. So I could say that there would probably be some minor relocations or some minor conflict resolutions that would have to take place.
So would that be on the expense of the developer or
Yes,
the
sir.
city? Okay.
Mhm.
And so you can make sure that that's added in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to my parking situation because I think the audience out here is excited to hear about this. So I'm just curious because again, I live in an HOA, and if this is private drive, who's going to be policing these citizens that are violators? If it's a private drive, who's going to be? Because obviously we can't call Mount Juliet Police. We can call codes in the middle of the night, but I don't think they're going to be really excited to come out and address it because it's private property. So how do we? So I'm gonna go back to the developer and ask them who's gonna be policing this? I'll go back. Is there gonna be a board member going out yelling at somebody saying, "Hey, you can't park here"? Because again, I mean, these are some concerns. Because you get 5 or 6 of them. What are you going to do?
Well,
So that's my question.
I mean, you have the same thing in the townhomes Hickory Hills. Where it's the HOA enforces that.
And we know how that's a concern for the first responders to get in and out of there. It's a mess.
Yeah, they tow them.
They just tow them out of there?
They tow them. Yeah. Typically, when you get those contracts with the tow trucks drivers, I'm told allegedly they will come collect fairly regularly.
All right.
Commissioner Justice.
On private property, the police will not call for somebody's vehicle to be towed. It has to be the homeowner or the
Management
property
company.
management company has to call for that. And then the vehicle is towed and is towed at the owner's expense. And it is contracted generally with an HOA or a POA, depending on whether it's property owner association or homeowner association. So, but the police department is not going to be relegated to going out there and issuing parking citations. And guess what? When it comes time to go pave those streets again, it's going to be up to the HOA or the POA to actually pay for that rather than the city of Mount Juliet.
I mean,
Also, city ordinances can be imposed and be, a city police car can go into one of these, and if somebody is speeding through there, they can be charged with careless driving rather than reckless driving, which is a state site rather than a city ordinance.
Yeah, the financial penalties for offending the HOA in this situation are much greater than the city's parking ordinance. I can assure you of that. But and to your point, the private streets are what makes these type of developments, I guess, sets the contributions, that they continuing contributions on that, because the taxpayers are not on the hook for the road repavals every 14 to 15 years, and the sidewalks that need to be replaced on 25, 30 years that need to be replaced, which costs just as much as the roads, if not more, if you put them on both sides. And the curb and gutter, which the same, has got to be replaced. Those have about a 20, 25-year lifespan on those. And we see this in a lot of developments. Developers go out there and build these nice things for us and turn us over to the city, and it's the taxpayers that get stuck with the bill for updating them and maintaining them and repaving them. In this case with private streets, they are very advantageous from that standpoint. Any other questions for a Public Works Director before we start working on some of these amendments? Commissioner
Just-
Mullally?
Just real quick, when you were talking about the vertical, are you including that in your conditions, that the first building will be, what'd you call it? What was the phrase you called it?
Let me go back to that one. Above grade.
Above grade?
Yes.
For, at the 86 CO, and then at the 115, it would be 100% completed.
Yes. I would just say the final certificate of occupancy.
Final.
Yeah.
And then the second commercial building at the 115th would be
Above grade.
above grade, meaning walls.
Yes.
Okay.
They'd be started on the walls.
All right. And so you're adding that in your condition.
Yes.
Okay. Do we vote on these, or they'll just be put in?
No, we'll have to adopt them.
Okay.
Any other questions before we move on to that? If not, I'm going to ask our Public Works Director to read his changes to A, E, and F. I think those three go together nicely.
Yes, sir. Let me finish typing this so I'll make sure I have it.
Let's put it on at the end.
Okay. So 8, and I know one other thing on 8 was, and I'm about to lose my computer. Long meeting, short battery. So let me see if I can get this in time. So 8A, in lieu of any PERLOC contributions toward transportation improvements, widen South Green Hill Road along the boundary of the site to a 3-lane section, meeting the city's minor collector typical section. 8E, this is new, extend the separate left and right turn lanes on South Green Hill Road at Lebanon Road to 200 feet of storage plus bay taper. 8F, improve South Green Hill Road between the 3-lane section along the project frontage and the turn lanes to Lebanon Road to 11-foot lanes plus 2-foot shoulders. Some minor roadway reconstruction paving may be necessary. And then one other item that I think was discussed, I didn't mention earlier, the roadway improvements done prior to the first certificate of occupancy, was that understood? If so,
It needs to be captured.
Yes, it needs to be captured. All roadway improvements, this would be 8G, all roadway improvements to be completed prior to the first certificate of occupancy.
I'll make a motion that we adopt those 4. A second. All right, it's on the 4. The 4 items are on the table for discussion. Commissioner Mullally, do you have a question on those?
Well, if we could amend that to add the South Green Hill access would be open to at the first CO.
Yes.
Well, since that's already on the table now, I guess I'll adding that as an amendment to add that to it.
What do we just vote on these 4, and I'll give you the floor and let you do that.
Okay.
And that'll cut down on the confusion maybe. Or if there's no other discussion on these first 4 on these, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the first 4 are adopted on these. Commissioner Mullally, do you want to add yours?
Yeah, I'd like to add that the South Green Hill access be opened at the first CO.
Prior to the first CO?
Andy, would that be prior or at first?
Prior to.
Prior to.
Uh-huh.
Second. Any questions or comments on that one? And we will be recording that as an H, 8H. I'm looking at our city recorder. She's giving me the affirmative nod. Was there any questions or comments on that? You got Commissioner Mullally's motion was made. I believe you seconded. All right. All in favor of adding 8H, which would state that the connection to South Green Hill Road would be prior to the issuance of the first CO. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. We're back on the ordinance, which is now twice amended, if my count is correct. Our Commissioner Justice.
Okay, Mr. Barlow, could you give us the language to put in for 8I, I guess it would be?
Sure.
For the lighting at the sidewalks?
Yes, I actually put that as 12. I added, so I was making lists on all this stuff.
You had a 9 before that.
Yeah, I had a 9. If we want to get there, but yes, I did capture that. I had 9 as detention pond, 10 was commercial sites, grading them out.
Just why don't we just do this? Read 9 and let's hear that one.
Yeah. Item 9, I had down as the detention for the site to meet the 100-year storm plus 1 foot of freeboard.
All right. I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
Have a second. Any questions or comments on that? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. We're back on the ordinance as 3 times amended. Commissioner Hefner.
So I'd like, is this, we have to third amendment?
This will be the 4th.
4th, okay. So I would like to motion to restrict the blasting to 1 inch per second. I would also like the certified letters to go out to expand 500 feet from the property line. So pre and post blast inspection notices going out certified. And then also the monitoring seismograph company will hold the contract with the general contractor, not with the blasting company.
Okay. I'll second that. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that was our fourth amendment on this. Vice Mayor.
Sure, I'd like to go ahead and make an amendment also. Just go ahead and go around the room. So it was discussed about the amenities, and I'd like to amend that we add a pool, a basketball court, and a nice clubhouse for these folks. So that way we can make sure that they don't start disrupting other communities. So I'd like to put that in them as my amendment. Just go ahead and support the staff there that is asking for some additionals.
Got a second on that? Any questions or comments on, let me make sure I got the list right. Basketball court?
Basketball court, a pool, and a clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
You know, because you got to have ADA for all the restrooms and everything else. Yeah. I'd like to have that.
Okay. All right, that's been on the table. We had a second on this. Commissioner Mullally.
Where would you propose they go?
They're going to come back and redesign it anyway, so that's up to them. Yeah. Let's make sure that this is first class. This is what they presented to us. If this is going to be first class for our residents, we want to make sure that we provide that for them.
So are they coming back with a new plan?
We're amending it, so they're going to have to come back and make some alterations.
Commissioner Hefner was asking if that's what you want to ask the question.
So my question was, would we see those changes in the FMDP?
Yes,
We would. So they don't actually come back.
No.
to
Okay.
us.
So it'd be left up to the staff to go ahead?
It's got to.
Oh, is this?
Is the request to come back on second reading? Looking at her.
We've talked about this so much. I thought we were already past second reading, but here we are.
No, we're on first reading. It's the second or third first reading. Oh. All right, we have a proper motion on the table. We have a second on that. Our planning director, when she's let me know if I got this wrong, is asking if this come back and be captured in second reading. I'm assuming on the plan itself. So she's asking on the plan itself. Okay. Wasn't part of the motion, but do you want to?
You want to amend
the
motion?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Amend the motion to have it
Okay.
come back
Thank you.
prior to second
We
reading.
got a second on that. We got a agreement on this. All right, it's on the floor for a basketball court, a pool, and a clubhouse to be come back for second reading, to be included with the design. Any questions for? I've got a question for the planner, our city planner on this one. With 115 units, do we have anything else in the city that's got this level of amenities at 115 units?
If you guys remember Hibbett Station, that was approved on the corner of Clemens and Curd
Mhm.
Road. They did not originally come in with a pool. However, you guys requested that they reserve an area for that in case they ever wanted to install a pool for their residents in the future. In fact, they have come to us just recently, and their engineer of record is here as well. And he could explain a little bit about their reasoning for that. But they've addressed city staff wanting to go ahead and put that pool in, and I believe they have
Nice.
60 units.
Okay.
It's a really nice pool.
And I
Just wanted to make sure we're being consistent here. I was thinking of townhomes at Hickory Hills, and I think that's 220-ish units in there. They're paying, I don't think they're paying for a clubhouse, but they are paying for a pool there. And the pool's the gift that keeps on giving, commercial pools.
I think they have a pool house maybe with restrooms.
Hey, Commissioner.
there is a second, which is the district,
The district does
Which
have
is
a pool.
which I think was only 100.
I think it was 115
So
maybe.
so similar size. They have clubhouse, they have a swimming pool. I don't think they got a basketball court, but
No, they don't have a basketball court.
that's,
I'm
that's
assuming this was an outdoor court before I ask again,
but yes, there's some precedents already.
we actually don't do a lot of these townhome projects out there. If you ever start going door to door and walk all the townhomes, like running for election or something, there's just not that many inside of the city of Mount Juliet. There's, once you get down to it, there's just a few of these that you can go to. But anyway, that was my concern. But I'm trying not to put something on here. There's no precedence for it. Sounds like it is precedence in this. So are any other questions or comments? Ready to vote on this, which is to include the amenities to become back into the design on second reading for adding a basketball court, a pool, and a clubhouse. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries then by a vote of 3-2. And I believe that was the Fifth Amendment. Right. The floor is open with the amendment as amended 5 times. I know Commissioner Justice had, did we capture the lights or did you want to?
At this point, I have no idea.
Okay.
We did not.
They're well on Andy's list. And we got the stormwater. That was 9. Andy, you had a 10.
Yes,
You want to
sir.
start pick up there.
All right. Number 10, commercial sites shall be graded and pad ready prior to the first CO. Construction on the first commercial building shall be above grade prior to the 86th CO and be completed prior to the final CO. Construction on the second commercial property shall be above grade before the final CO. Is that correct? Did I capture that correct? Okay.
All right. I'll make the motion. Is there a second on that? Got a second. Any questions or comments on this requirement? All right, all in favor on the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Was that a yay or nay? Okay. We carry on that one as well, showing all 5 in favor. Back to you if you're at a 10.
Sure. Number 11, no parking in non-designated parking areas along the internal street network.
I'll make that motion. Is there a second on that? Let's have a second. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Milletti?
Be signage. I mean, assuming there will be signage.
Yes, I would presume so.
Okay.
And yes, I mean, that's a good note. We can include that at the.
Well,
site plan.
otherwise, how would
Yeah.
they know?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Mr. Barlow, anything else?
And last one was Commissioner Justice's comment on the street lighting. So number 12, add street lighting on Lebanon Road along the project frontage.
You make that your motion. I'll second it.
Oh, Sheila, you're correct. Let me restate this. Add street lighting on Lebanon Road along the project frontage and at the access point to South Green Hill Road.
At the intersection.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, that's correct.
Did you have a question?
I just had a question.
Vice Mayor, there you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Barlow, and I apologize. I know that this list has gone on. Did you state anything in there for traffic calming by chance?
It's already captured.
Just want to make
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My apologies.
No worries. All right. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Right. That would be the 8th Amendment by my count. Is there anybody else? Or are we ready to vote on the PUD as amended 8 times?
Only 8.
8's all I've got. It's first reading, yes. All right. All in favor of the ordinance as amended 8 times, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
This,
Nay. I know. Just wanna
That
make
was
sure
aye
everybody
to
heard it.
opposed.
Aye. Aye to oppose.
but the vote was nay. It passed 4-1. This is on first reading. I believe this was required that we skip a meeting and then come back and getting it. Yeah, March 13th for second reading. All right. So we've gotten through new business. We gotten through unfinished business. So now we're ready to start new business. I'm going to, if there's no objection, ask for a 5-minute recess before we go into new business.
Second.
Hearing no objections, we will adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9:30.
I feel better.
Yeah. All right, it is 9:30. I'll call the meeting back to order. We do have a quorum here present to conduct business. Our first item under new business is 11.1, an ordinance to adopt and amend ordinance 2018-01 fees for building constructions, reinspection fees, and temporary certificates of occupancy, also referred to as temp COs. Motion and second, the item is on the table. Any questions or comments on this one on first reading? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? 11.1 passes. 11.2, an ordinance to amend ordinance 2018-33, Article 2, Chapter 8 of the Mount Juliet Code, Article 2, Chapter 8, Section 822, additional codes adopted of the Mount Juliet Municipal Code to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Building Codes and to add local regulations. Motion and second. Any questions or comments? I've got one. I think Mr. Kirk would be a good volunteer for this. Does this require tethering of trampolines?
But it could.
Has anybody else noticed when we have wind events and tornadoes or anything, the damage flying trampolines done? I'm not trying to make a joke. I'm very serious here. I know the city manager and myself have picked up, I don't know how many springs and whatever else. If that was a requirement, what kind of burden would we be requiring on people? Would they have to come in and pull a permit to get a trampoline?
For us to come look at it, yes, but anything under 200 square feet does not require a permit. So it just would depend on the size of the trampoline. And I don't.
That's a big trampoline.
It would have to be big.
Okay. Well, I'll set on that thought until second reading. I'm not prepared to require coding and permitting for trampolines, but those things do fly in the wind and do a lot of damage. Any other questions or comments on 11.2? All right, all in favor of 11.2 as read, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes.
Thank you.
11.3, an ordinance amending the fiscal year budget 2022-2023 budget ordinance 2022-32 to appropriate funds to transfer to the debt services fund. Have a motion and a second. City Manager, can you speak to this one real quick? I think it's interesting. And then Commissioner Justice, I think, has a question, follow up.
Yes, sir, absolutely. As a matter of fact, our finance director is here.
I did not see her.
It's okay. She's tucked in there. I know she's saved up for this. She's been back there ready to go.
This is one I would like to see publicly explained as to what's going on here.
Yes, so we have a dedicated revenue source for the debt service fund, and that is the impact fees, which is correlated with building permits. That revenue source has drastically decreased this year to the point where we don't have enough funds in the debt service fund to cover the last two principal and interest payments on our bonds. So this ordinance, we always have to supplement funds from the general fund to the debt service fund anyway. But this ordinance appropriates more because we are not going to have enough funds to make those payments.
And that's because there's lack of permits being pulled?
Yes.
Because building is down significantly?
Yes.
Okay.
And we think that's from talking to Mark, there are several developments that have built out and the new phases have not kicked in yet. So we have that gap in the revenue.
Okay. Commissioner Justice, what was your question?
Actually, it goes directly to what she's talking about. And we're talking about building impact fees. When we depend on those are growth dollars that we're dependent on. It's not recurring revenue. It's if we've got growth, we get the money. If we don't have growth, we don't get the money. And it kind of sounds like what we've done in the past. And I think I've brought this up numerous times before. We have depended on growth to pay the recurring bills. We're using non-recurring revenue to pay recurring expenses. So what I would ask, and I don't think we really have any choice because the debt service fees are set up to come from growth or general fund. So we don't have any choice in the matter, and it is designed for us to come in here and do this in case the growth dollars are down. But we do need to make sure that what we do from this point forward is we start looking at less at growth dollars and start looking more at what the recurring revenue is going to be. And that's commercial. That is businesses. That is sales tax. We depend on them. So I think we need to really decrease our expectations as far as what building impact fees are going to provide for us and start looking at more what we can do to provide for the business community to make sure that they provide us with the sales tax dollars.
Yeah. It's also referred to by some as the Great Growth Ponzi Scheme of municipal government. Some interesting books if you ever want to read that on it, but it does illustrate the point. Once the growth slows down, the cost gets picked up for something else. And we have to be very conscious of that as a city if we're going to maintain an 11-cent property tax, that I have other sources of funding, such as the commercial, or we vote in and pass development, which has low impact on our infrastructure fees and reoccurring costs. So a couple ways to handle it. But I did want that explained to people that know what is going on here. We're seeing a downturn in building inside the city. So this is a result of this ordinance that's being proposed here. Any other questions and comments before we vote? Commissioner Hefner.
Just a quick question. Do you know this is just isolated to city of Mount Juliet, Lebanon experiencing the same, or we just?
I can't say. Probably Mark might be able to answer that, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. Did he leave?
After the trampoline question, he was out of here.
Okay.
I can get you an answer for that. I just can't answer it tonight.
Okay. Thanks. I'd be curious. Is this first reading?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, by second reading, I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any questions and comments? All in favor of 1113, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And with that, we're on resolution 11-1, a resolution to adopt and authorize the mayor to sign the 2021 Wilson County Hazard Mitigation Plan with Wilson County, City of Lebanon, and the City of Watertown.
Got it right here if you want to read it.
Motion.
Have a motion and a second. All right, it's on the table. And who says we don't work together? Commissioner Hafter offered to pull the thing out if anybody wants to review it real quick.
Pretty thick.
It's a nice little read. If you do have trouble sleeping, I would recommend it. It's no side effects unlike drugs. Any other questions or comments on 11-1? All in favor of 11-1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 11-1 carries. The next item is 11-2, a resolution finalizing the alignment options and typical roadway sections for the Western Connector and the Pleasant Grove road widening projects.
Motion.
Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. 11-2 is on the table. It will require us to make a selection on the Western Connector. If we could, I'd ask that we either start with the Western Connector or Pleasant Grove one and not mix the two, because in case we've got a lot of discussion on this. Would anybody like to make a proposal on the route for the Western Connector? If not, I'll throw one out there. Commissioner Mullally, are you raising your hand?
Well, it says that the desired route is AD and H. with
Okay.
H being a little closer to Kelsey Glen.
I'd be in agreement with that. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's for AD and H to lock that down. That's already captured, so I don't think we have anything. Is there anything, any questions or comments on the Pleasant Grove widening? We good as it is? All right, then. No, actually, we got an actually. Okay.
Actually, one of the things that I have noticed about this particularly is that I've not gotten a whole lot of feedback. I mean, with the Lebanon Road to on South Green Hill route, there was a lot of feedback.
Yes.
And this particular one, I've not gotten a lot of feedback. I don't know if that's an indicator of complacency or whether it's the route's not been put out where everybody that's had an opportunity to see it. I'm not sure what that means. And I would like more feedback before we go out here and say, yes, absolutely, let's do this. I mean, we have plenty on the South Green Hill route.
Yeah, I agree. There hasn't been a lot of feedback that I've heard from this on it, but after it was settled on A, for me, it just kind of made the rest of it fall in line logically, just following that path through there.
I just, I think I would like to look at it a little bit closer. Maybe I don't think there's any at this point. There's any real issue in us deferring this one meeting and bringing it back.
I don't know if there's any harm in it,
Yeah, I don't see any harm in it. So,
but we have a gentleman walking up to the podium who may tell us otherwise. Mr. White.
We did receive a lot of feedback. We had 264 comment cards submitted to our department, and the overall desired options were ADH by a large margin. So wasn't even close. So that's the view from the public who attended the meeting and submitted comment cards.
Okay.
and
Yes, sir.
Those cards, were those at the community center when we had that meeting? Is that what
They were, yeah. And we got many requests, emails wanting digital copies so they could fill them out.
So after the fact as well?
After the fact, yeah. And published online and everywhere. So.
And again, man, I'm not I'm not saying that's not the case at all. But what I would like to do is an opportunity to see some of those comment cards and see some of those comments. I want to see some of the others also that said, why don't we do this? Sometimes looking for an alternative. I just like to see that stuff before we move on. Voting on this makes it a little more permanent.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we're in a time crunch. Are we? I mean,
yeah, it's holding us up from moving farther along in the project to go to design. We're in the planning phase.
But
right
I'm
now.
talking one meeting though.
No,
it's not going to be a major
No.
issue for us, right?
If you just contact us and set up a time and come sit down with Andy and I, we
Okay.
can go through all the
I appreciate
comment
it.
cards.
Thank you. I mean, Mayor, if you could, I'd like to go in and just move us down a meeting down the road and give us some time to look at some of the input cards and some of the alternatives maybe that might be a potential. And he said it's not a timing issue at all. So.
But the comment cards, I know I believe we all met individually.
I didn't.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
I think I was actually scheduled to it while my granddaughter was. So
yeah,
I apologize for that.
That's on me. Life does happen,
Sure.
And it happens to all of us more frequently than we like. So that's Commissioner Hefner.
I just want a point of clarification on the H. We are referring to the H variance or variation.
That's how I worded it in the resolution, the variance to H. that
Okay,
you
because it's
suggested.
showing 2 on here. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm looking at the map, not the ordinance.
There's a red call out that says
Yep,
H
that's
variation.
from
Yeah,
our
that's the
meeting.
one we're
Is that
considering.
the one from
Yeah.
our meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And all right, is there any other questions or comments? Commissioner Justice, you wanted to defer the Western Connector portion for a meeting?
Yes,
Okay. Is there any objection to going ahead and voting on the Pleasant Grove portion? Okay. I don't know if there's timing on it, but I do have some questions on it too. And my questions on the Pleasant Grove portion was just about and I did ask about this a little bit in our meeting beforehand, but just want to make sure on the record. I see these bullet-nosed medians in here, and this is just kind of like a proposal of this. Obviously, if there's connections on there, there will be turn lanes added as required and needed. Like I'm looking at the one specifically in front of the Dodge dealerships. I would imagine those are already.
Yeah, there'll be turn lanes. Yeah. And then U-turn lanes where there's median openings where there's no side road. We plan to add U-turn lanes in as well, if the median is approved.
And one off the wall question here for you is, I noticed there are 12-foot lanes on these. I think Mount Juliet Road, we went down to 11-foot lanes on those.
Correct.
Now, if we do 12-foot lanes on here, are in a year or two after it's built, are people going to come back and say we need to put speed humps and stop signs at every median to slow people down? If we build it like an interstate, is it unreasonable to expect people will behave like it's an interstate?
We're in favor of 11-foot lanes if that's the desire.
I'm not an engineer, so that's why I'm asking if
We can do it
that's-
on Mount Juliet Road. We can do it on any road. So.
And
It does give a visual of narrow lanes naturally slow traffic down. So there is a positive.
I mean, if we can do something that will keep traffic moving without having to avoid future problems on there, and it might save quite a bit on asphalt too. Commissioner Hefner, I think, has got a question.
I do. I see the medians. We talked about not including the medians where where they sit in front of these homes.
Yeah.
I'd like to see those removed.
Okay. There's some commissioners we talked to who are in favor of the median the whole way. So I guess that's something, a discussion from y'all, a vote from you guys.
Okay, I know. Well, we have residents that are going to be burdened by these medians. They're going to have to make a right, make a U-turn. Maybe at some point in the future they can be added. But I would like to see those removed down to where it makes sense to do so, where there's no where it's not going to be a median in front of them.
Commissioner, as a suggestion, if we want to defer this one meeting,
Yeah.
would it be possible to get a map back with each of the medians either numbered or identified by a letter or something, so we can, so if the commissioner's got specific ones
I know
he
which
wants to
ones
exclude?
he wants. We can get an exhibit showing one without the medians in that certain section and one with the median.
Because
So you can look at both.
They're all like straight green ones to me.
Yeah.
Correct. That would be great.
Do that by the next meeting. Our engineer consultants over here, David Rass.
Is that an agreeable path?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to support that motion to defer. All right. Do you make a motion? Yes. For one meeting? Yes. I'll second. Any other questions or comments on the advisement of deferral? I think Mr. Hefner.
Should we separate these two?
What, just
the Western Connector and should this come in as a separate?
Do you want it to come back as separate resolutions?
I don't know. To me, it almost feels like it should, but
that was kind of my first feeling on this. It might be easier to land the plane on one of them at least.
Right.
How about we, maybe the best path forward is just to vote this one down and bring back two separate resolutions. Does that seem like the easiest path?
Yeah.
All right. This is done under, I believe, our city manager's sponsorship. All right. Well, I think what he's asking for is to
separate it.
Do these two separate. How about this? Just make it easy. How about, would you be amenable to withdraw your motion for deferral? Because I'm going to make an motion to defer it indefinitely and let them just bring back two more. Okay. I'll make a motion to defer this indefinitely. Second. All right, that's on the table. We have a motion to defer this indefinitely. That's with the understanding that both of these come back on two separate resolutions. We got agreement from the city manager. All right. Are there any other questions on the deferral? Can we have it by next meeting? It sounds like it's pretty simple to split them. All right. All right, all in favor of indefinite deferral on this one with the expectation that we're getting them back on separate resolutions? That was a long. Aye. Any opposed? All right, this is deferred indefinitely with the expectation both will come back on separate resolutions. So Next item is a resolution approving an agreement between the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee and Wiser Construction for the construction and engineering and inspection CEI services for Lebanon Road Sidewalks Phase 2 project, and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. Motion.
Second.
Second. Any questions or comments on 11.3? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one carries. And the last item was a discussion item that I'd asked to be added on here about the urban growth boundary map, comparison between what was originally come out of the committee and, okay, the maps are on the wall because I was about to say I don't have the maps. I guess we need to place them. And the reason for this is you might explain it better than I can, but the county mayor is asking for these maps to be distributed.
Correct.
And this is not we're not looking for a vote on saying this is the map here on it, but I just wanted this to be, this is what Commissioner Justice had proposed to do. What the other one is what to come out of the committee. They're just looking for approval on what we want to submit as a city. This is definitely not a binding vote to adopt anything.
No, it's more of a, if I may.
You want the floor, Commissioner?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, for a little bit of explanation, the urban growth boundary is something along with the 1101 urban growth boundary or urban growth plan that we have to go through. It's a process about every 10 years. If you look, there was one that was actually put together that took in sections of Stewart's Ferry Pike all the way out to Gladeville. There were some sections actually of the added urban growth boundary that went out to towards the racetrack, which is way out 231 South, out 840 section. And meetings with the mayor, Commissioner Tommy Jones, and some of the other commissioners in that area, they felt like that maybe was going a little bit too far and that it probably would not be within our 10-year growth plan, that we would be going back after it. Talked to the mayor, and after talking to the mayor, he and I actually agreed to a much smaller, actually, County Commissioner Tommy Jones actually was helping me with the lines on that, and I really do appreciate his help, along with Mayor Hutto, to get to where it says the Ray Justice proposed UGB. That's actually not Ray Justice's UGB suggestion. It was actually something that Commissioner Jones and the mayor and
County mayor.
County mayor, yes, sir. And then county planner Tommy Shears and I worked out and sat down and brought back to the commission for them to look at. And we'll actually, I think, have to come back with a full vote of this. But it takes in a lot less in the southern end of our city and going out towards Stewart's Ferry Pike than what it originally did. Yeah. That line is actually Commissioner Jones's line, and I felt like it worked. So I put it on the map along with, I want to thank Rob Ely also, who does an awesome job with our maps here in the city of Mount Juliet, helping me handle that.
It just appears to me that we're losing the west side of South Mount Juliet Road going south.
There was a reason for that, actually. The west side of South Mount Juliet Road, to a large degree, is already served by the STEP system that is treated at Pine Creek Golf Course. So it's not anything at this point that we really want to take over. Also, a lot of that land between the lake area and South Mount Juliet Road is TWRA and Corps of Engineers property, and really does nothing for the city of Mount Juliet, and then really doesn't have any assets that would fall under our planning jurisdiction that would help us.
So no concerns about redevelopment on that side of the road?
Redevelopment? No, it's actually brand new developments taking place right now that's served by that. So any redevelopment could probably be discussed in the next 10-year 1101 growth plan. So, but it wasn't necessarily needed in this one.
Okay. Mr. Edgar?
Sure. And thanks for going through the effort and going.
Yes, sir.
Doing that. And it's the first time I'm seeing this, so I'm
But it's not a
commenting on the
vote. It's just
fly
for
here.
everybody to look at and say,
So
okay.
My first reaction is, we're not adding much, if any, on South Mount Juliet Road, where it's at Stewart's Ferry right now.
Correct.
So we're getting ready to commit. We've already committed through a resolution to spend $25 million on a interchange, in addition to the millions of dollars we're going to spend widening South Mount Juliet Road. We need to control the urban growth boundary needs to go further south so we can control the development to recover our costs.
Potentially control.
Potentially. Thank you. Potentially. So as those developments come through, then we have an opportunity to recover our expense, our committed dollars to the, because all that money is going to benefit the county.
You're preaching to the choir. Let me go ahead and say that. Okay. But you also need to understand the $25 million that we approved to go to the interchange is more for economic development for our entire city than it is to handle the traffic that's going to be coming from Murfreesboro and Antioch. We have more traffic coming from there than we actually have Wilson County putting on to I-40 at that location. So that $25 million does a lot more for the economic development of that location than it does for the traffic, because the traffic's not provided by the city of Mount Juliet.
I do agree with that, but there's another side of that. There's another side as we're allowing folks to bypass Providence and avoid all of our commercial and retail altogether.
I think you just echoed something that I've been saying for about 4 or 5 years now. I'm saying the same thing you are, but I will tell you also, Commissioner Hefner, we have to have a unanimous vote.
I understand.
And so this is the line that has been drawn by the county commission, as they are saying, if you go any farther than this, you're not getting our vote. And that's saying this, and the commissioner for that area is Commissioner Jones. He's very strong opinions about it. Given that he's a Wilson County lifelong resident, I respect his opinion, and I respect his stance on this. Now, we can do. This is just one.
Sure.
Okay. This is not the ultimate, but if we don't get the votes, then it dies anyway and nothing gets accomplished. So,
well, I think, do we have to vote on, are we voting on this tonight?
No.
This is
just a discussion.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the committee came out or ended with one, and then the county mayor was asking for what we were submitting. The question was to me was are you okay with the changes on this? I didn't feel comfortable saying, yeah, this is all good, great, grand, and glorious. Just send it on as it is without the rest of the board, which you will be asked to vote on this in the future. So whatever this is, whatever we send, maybe there's some wiggle room to negotiate down, but there's most likely not any negotiating up once it's sent. Right. So I want you to be aware of what's out here and what we're sending in the proposal will be, because if you saw what come out of the committee, this is well considerably different. Commissioner Mullally.
Yes, ma'am.
How much of this is Tommy Jones, and
Okay,
how
so-
much?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
How much of that area is Tommy Jones, and how much is Jeremy Hobbs?
Actually, I don't know what the percentages are, but both of those, first of all, this is contentious to a large degree, because when you start going out towards the Glade, you start going out. I mean, they got traps set for us out there somewhere, I'm sure. Steel traps, and it's very contentious. But Jeremy Hobbs, Tommy Jones, I would say Ms. Weathers, and some of the others, the mayor, Thomas Shears, they don't like us going out farther towards Gladeville, farther towards the racetrack. That's not something that they care for. We're not going to get the votes at that location. So we have to be very careful how we handle this. I welcome anybody. If you want to talk to Tommy Jones, call him. If you want to talk to Ms. Weathers, give her a call. Yeah.
Well, if we don't, I kind of see what Commissioner Hefner's saying. If we don't control that area, isn't the Wilson County government growth area and the Lebanon City going to expand out to it instead of us?
And Lebanon City has already got sewer that runs all the way to the racetrack. So they are better able to serve that racetrack area in the 840 corridor. That's one of the reasons they ran the sewer out there, and they can run a commercial line of sewer for that whole section. So they are better served in that area to take care of that than the city of Mount Juliet is, in my opinion. As far as, if you'll look and see what our original growth boundary was, we haven't even annexed out to that in the last 10 years. The only reason we went out there is because we were looking to actually bring us up to the same, I think it was 90 square acres that Lebanon was at. When we initially, back in 2010, Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around there, in that area, we were anticipated that we would have 18,000 people in the city of Mount Juliet in 2020, and Lebanon was anticipated to have 40,000. Well, that being the case, we wound up with 40,000. So the urban growth plan did not take into consideration our actual growth. It only took into consideration Lebanon's actual growth. What they planned is accurate. Our actual growth was not anywhere near accurate. So when we actually started looking at this, we started looking to bring in an area that was 90 square miles, just like the city of Lebanon is 90 square miles, so that we had equal. Then we started looking at where we went, and where we went probably wasn't feasible. Anyway, it's not going to be brought in the next 10 years. And we don't want to cover and take in a bunch of area where there's a bunch of step systems that we wind up having to absorb into, and our tax base wind up having to pay for the repair.
Well, I don't know what the racetrack area, which is way off over here, has to do with this section over here.
Well, that's because that was the original piece.
I think that's just an example. Don't go that way.
Pretty much.
I think that's what. Other way.
Yeah,
but
way over here.
There's a line of Glayville residents over there with pitchforks and torches that don't want us going anywhere near that section.
Well, if we don't, my question is, isn't the Wilson County government growth area in the city of Lebanon going to eventually expand in that area?
Again, Lebanon already has sewer to that area. And
comes down to 840. Talking about 840.
Yes, that 840 corridor has already got a commercial sewer to that location.
Yeah, but again, that's way over here.
No, it's not. You're looking. That's the entire map right
Well,
there.
here's 109. This is 109.
You don't have the whole map up there, then, do you? Okay.
You're that close to 840, let them jump on 840 and get to the interstate. But when you get closer to the South Mount Juliet Road down the southern part, they're going to be more likely to take advantage of a brand new Central Pike interchange than they are going to drive to 840. So
Well, keep in mind, we've already got that in our urban growth boundary now. It goes all the way to South Mount Juliet Road to Stewart's Ferry Pike.
this is all proposed, correct? I'm talking about south of where.
Yeah.
South of.
Sturts Ferry.
Oh, south of Stewart's Ferry.
Sturts Ferry, I'm guessing to the county line.
Again, this is, this says Ray Justice, but suggestion. This is not my suggestion.
Where is 840 over there?
Do we know under the non-Ray Justice suggested map roughly how many square miles that we're incorporating?
That would be a Rob Ely question, or maybe you know it, Jennifer. I don't.
Oh, well, good, because my guesstimate would be anyway. Wouldn't be close. Let me get your mic on there.
Sorry.
Go for it.
The original map that was presented to the committee is an additional 34.76 square miles. And the Ray Justice special map is an additional 12.4 square miles of what we already have. So. So we're only picking up 12 and a half square miles with the second rendition here.
It's about
So that would be a total of
2/3.
67.77 square miles on the second rendition here. And our original is 90.06, the map to the left in the middle there.
And
Most of the reduction was on the southern side.
Get your mic on there,
Correct.
Commissioner.
sorry, the reduction was on the south side.
It appears that way.
So am I reading this correctly? Looking at that one over there, it goes beyond the Lebanon city limits and the Wilson County government areas to the east. It goes further to the east.
It wrapped around. Was my understanding. Isn't that right?
Well, if we're gonna reduce it, why don't we just end it here so we can capture all of this?
Okay, keep in mind also, and I want you to think about this, just because it's in our urban growth boundary doesn't mean we're annexing it.
Well, exactly.
But I mean, that's for us to control it to a large degree. We're going to control the growth only of the residential. I mean, there's not going to be any commercial to mount anything out that section anyway. What's there is already there. So I'm not sure we really accomplish anything by going further south and something that we're not going to actually annex.
Is it okay if I approach, may I approach so she can show me?
So according to that map over there, this boundary goes way, way off to the east, right?
This is that 840 area we were talking about with all those warehouses.
I feel like I need to narrate the conversation for people.
Yeah, this area. So it does go further, or the county does. So I think that stops.
Me and Jennifer are looking.
I'm looking over there, like the dark purple.
Wouldn't even be here, but I mean, just the committee, we can meet here. Yeah, absolutely.
That's just
They're publicly there.
Okay. Because I was saying.
We're pretty much done with we have to
Yeah. And that's
figure
what
what
we
we're
had
going to do
to
and carry it back. And have another meeting with that if we want to change this.
I think that the label, Wilson County area.
Yeah, it's nice to just- We got, which I really don't care one way or the other. We need to be able to handle what we got already. Has not already been in it. Wait, Gino?
Okay, all right. There was a discussion on the map there. I think just the planning director clarifying some of the markings on the map. So back on the discussion item here on it, this is not something that requires a vote of the board, but I think it needs to be understood what's being proposed to be sent up there. We have two maps now. I guess we need to make a decision quite quickly on this as to which map goes up there. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think probably we need to all individually or as a group sit down with a workshop and go through this process of what we're trying to accomplish. What the end result should be. If there's any changes to be made, then we need to agree during that workshop that they need to be made and then give it to planning staff for them to accomplish those changes and then bring it to the board for a vote.
I couldn't agree more on that, getting everybody on the same page, because if what we send up there, we can't get 3 votes for, the process dies anyway. So,
but if we should keep, we need to know also that if we send something out there that is an overstep in the eyes of somebody else, regardless of what we think,
it's just a classic negotiation.
Yeah, at that point it dies also.
You ask too much, and yeah. Commissioner Hefner?
No, I agree. Absolutely. I agree with you. Need to do a workshop and just talk through it. Most of this is down in the southern part, so it would affect our district. So definitely would like to have
Actually,
some.
$25 million affects the entire city of Mount Juliet. So,
Yeah.
And I just don't want there to
Absolutely.
be any misunderstanding that, the people from out of our county, the people from 2 counties over, being Rutherford and Davidson County, put more traffic onto I-40 at Mount Juliet Road than Mount Juliet and Wilson County residents do at this point.
Wow.
And so that's who we're paying for.
Well,
So if we're looking for that to be paying back, we're sadly mistaken on on that process. We need to be looking towards what the economic development aspects are, so that we can actually recoup that money through sales tax dollars. Because as you pointed out earlier, we're actually sending people to a point where they're going to bypass Providence, and so a lot of the impulse buying that has gone on in the past goes away, and you're going to see our sales tax dollars take a dive. So we got to be careful with this.
Well,
This is
now-
way more important than I think what we've been.
Yeah, I'll say the other side of the coin is people purposely go to Providence because you can get in and out of Providence easier by taking off the already passed through traffic. That was my mindset on getting Providence Central done. To me, Providence Central gave us a more potential bang than that last 5 to 10% of Mount Juliet Road to be widened inside the city limits. And because right now we widen 90 to 95%. I haven't broke down the numbers exactly on that road. And I don't know that everybody realizes Mount Juliet Road, the city limits end at Central Pike. So beyond that, there's nothing on the drawing board that I know of on that one. So for us widening that, it had a little value, gave us more room to queue cars before they got to Providence. But it's really Central Pike. Really Central Pike that opened up Providence for it. And plus, and I think you pointed out there's a lot drawn into Providence Central, a lot of economic development out there that can take place. And I think it's fair just to ask the question, how much more in sales tax does just one that's on the table, BJ's produce, with the ease of access to getting to that? But I think the best thing to come out of this discussion was a suggestion of a workshop. I saw the city manager. You had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, we'll get you some dates for a workshop, but I wanted to go back to an earlier item and let you know, I did check with the building director, Mr. Kirk, who had stepped downstairs to his office, and other cities are seeing similar issues with single family, mainly for workforce, inflation, and supply chain issues.
All right. Anything else to add on that, or are everybody content to wait on these dates, get the date pinned down on the workshop?
I think, and I've gotten several messages from the county mayor's office asking if we could to expedite this as much as possible so that we can get moving on it, and it's not just sitting here waiting in the wings.
Yeah, it lingers.
Yes.
All
We
right.
don't want to move with the speed of government.
Well, if there's nothing else on the discussion item, we've got one last item on that agenda. That's called adjournment. Any objections to adjournment? Commissioner Hefner is objecting to adjournment, so
Just one comment to the workshop. Can we encourage county commissioners that are, maybe you feel are opposed to any urban growth to attend? Can they attend? I'm assuming they can. I mean, no sense.
I think any input's good input as far as I'm concerned. But if we get to a point where we got county commissioners together and they're going to sit and talk about what they're going to vote for and not going to vote for, then we probably need to have.
Well,
That's going to be a published meeting, and I mean we're getting into some Geno land there. I don't know.
Geno.
Well,
I don't know how that works, Ms. Marchetti. Is that? That sounds like a Mongolian mess to me.
if we publicly advertise it, we're
Yeah.
We're
and
good
if
either
you
way.
Want to invite them to come and visit, and discuss?
Yeah.
There you go.
No sunshine law violations.
Okay. I just don't want to get us into something we can't get out of.
publicly, we'll state this. You're all invited, all the county commissioners.
Actually, we want all 25 of them here. Actually, yes.
All right.
Let's get them in here.
Amen, hallelujah.
I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Second.
All in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Yes.